Hello, welcome everybody to our special council meeting of March 21st, 2024. Can I please have the calling of the roll?
Chair Mayor Sydney.
Present.
Revivo.
Present.
Councillor Legree.
Present.
Councillor McWhirter.
Present.
Councillor McDonald.
Present.
Councillor Zabalski.
Present.
Councillor Andrick.
Present.
Mayor Sydney, we have quorum.
Thank you very much. As we gather, we would like to acknowledge on behalf of Council and our community that we are meeting on the traditional territory of the Algonquin people. We would like to thank the Algonquin people and express our respect and support for their rich history, and we are extremely grateful for their many and continued displays of friendship. We also thank all of the generations of people who have taken care of this land for thousands of years. Any declaration of interest? Under the counsel of the Integrity Commissioner, I am removing myself from the chair so that it doesn't appear to have a conflict of interest. So that way we can just move on, and Councillor Degree has agreed to assume the role. And I will hand it. Peter. Oh, Peter?
No, I decline the opportunity to take chair.
So I need a mover to appoint him. Councillor McDonald, seconded by Revimo. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you. I now turn it over to Councillor Degree.
Thank you, Mayor Sydney. I want to thank the members of the public who are in attendance today watching on YouTube. During today's session, we will be hearing from WSCS Consulting regarding their draft final findings. During the presentation, we are respectfully asking that those in attendance refrain from outbursts, shouting, etc. Those wishing to provide comment are asked to do so in writing to the town clerk or request a delegation at a future meeting. As you know, Council met to be briefed by the consulting team on aspects of the review that must remain confidential at this time. Following this meeting, the closed session will resume, and any motions coming forward will be stated at that time and can be reviewed on YouTube. I want to welcome Tammy and John from WSCS Consulting, and Tammy's going to go over a presentation now. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't have any echo, right? So I did that right. Okay, thank you for the opportunity to present the draft final report with respect to the Mattaway third-party review. Today we're going to, I'll briefly go over the objectives that we were provided with respect to the review, the journey known as Mattaway, and our findings, impact, and recommendations. and of course, open it up to council for any questions. In terms of the problem statement that we were provided, although the project goes back actually several decades, we really focused on from the time that in 2012 out of the 2010 Recreation Master Plan. In 2012 there was a proposed expansion project which was also evaluated by third-party consultants. It went through various iterations. There was an option for an outdoor rink, and around the 2021 range, the approval was for originally a 76,000 square foot building. Oh, sorry. Just need to get a little closer. Thank you. So in 2021, there was a grant secured and funding of $11.8 million, and then the construction itself, the construction management services, was awarded to Butcon in 2021, 96,000 square foot building. Council passed a motion on April 25th, 2023 to undertake the third-party review, which we are presented today, primarily to look at the project and how the process, as well as lessons learned, and to provide recommendations moving forward. The objectives that we were given for the third-party review was to assess governance oversight of the expansion, review all the policies, processes, and procedures with respect to the procurement and financial management of that project, assess the project contract management practices, can obviously consult and survey key stakeholders, including council, staff, contractors, and partners, benchmark against other types of similar projects, and assess and map out the current state so to improve any future projects. So our deliverables included a problem statement, assess the current state, undertake the project analysis, determine the total cost of the project, and create a future state recommendation in terms of similar projects or and recommendations with respect to this project. And we did do an interim report, as many of you know, in December. This is a final draft, and I will say it's draft because the total costs of the projects are not completely finished. So there still would be costing that may not, that we do not have at this point. So if council requires, we can finish that costing. So the set of recommendations. So through the journey, obviously it included a variety of interviews, documentation, analysis, and we are now at the draft final. The interim was delivered in December, and this is our draft. So we've conducted over 200 some interviews, including current and former councillors, current and some former staff, contractors, consultants, partners, the tenants, the sponsors. To date, we've reviewed over 80,000 plus documents. We still are waiting certain documents from the construction management company, although they did deliver some of it yesterday, so I was working on it last night. The former director of Parks and Recreation was asked to participate on 2 occasions, and declined to do so unless he was compensated. The former treasurer did provide some responses to specific questions, and some other former staff did not respond to our request. We did have the opportunity to interview both Director Aslan, Development and Works, and the former clerk, Kilmballner.
Councillor John McDonald, please.
Thank you, Chair, through you. Tammy, can you define, with regard to the treasurer providing responses to some, can you define that and what took place there, please? Thank you.
Yes, thank you. So due to, I guess, technological challenges, perhaps, we had offered to have a virtual meeting, and the former treasurer requested that it be in person, and unfortunately we couldn't do that at the time. So we did provide a list of questions, of which some of them were responded to, others he declined to respond, or just indicated that it was not applicable.
Follow-up, yeah.
Thank you. Follow-up. With regard to that, so he picked and chose what he wanted to respond to?
He chose the responses that he thought were relevant.
Thank you.
Councillor Andrew Dick.
Thank you, through you, Chair. So let's just go back to the former treasurer. Did he give a reason why he didn't want to be interviewed at first? Like, did he ever refuse, or was he always forthcoming?
Yeah, no, he didn't. He did not refuse.
Okay, and then going back, you provided him questions, and he just didn't answer them, didn't give a reason why he didn't answer them?
He responded to each one, whether or not he felt it was a question that needed to be answered in terms of relevance.
Okay. Can I move forward, Chair?
Yes.
Thank you. And then the former Director of Parks and Recreation, he was employed by the town since 2013, I believe?
Correct.
So 19 years, and he absolutely declined to represent the citizens of the town that he represented for 19 years, and now he's being asked to help out the town of Renfrew by coming forward with information. He just flat out declined.
Unless he was compensated.
Unless he was compensated $1,500 a day. Okay, thank you on that. And then one more question.
Let's go ahead.
Thank you. So you just mentioned you reviewed over 80,000 documents, but you're still waiting on documents requested. Could you just elaborate on that? Like, why haven't you got those documents? Has something happened? Can we just talk about that a little bit? Elaborate a little more on that?
Sure, through you.
Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So we asked for some specific documents from the construction management company, Butcon. Some of them were responded to, others just declined. We didn't really get a no, they weren't going to provide it. We just got what we got. So we are still waiting for some of those responses, whether, I'm not sure if we're going to get them. They didn't say they wouldn't provide them, they just have not provided them.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Okay, you may carry on.
Thank you. So a little bit of background, and most of this was presented in December, so I'm going to try to be expeditious here. So I start the journey from 2010, but really this project has been on the minds of the town for several decades. I actually think the very first discussion was maybe 1980 is what I found, so I feel like I know the project relatively well now. But our sort of documentation review really started from 2010, which is when the town had a consultant undertake the Parks and Rec Master Plan, of which had identified that the Mattaway location would be the town's sort of hub, and which I think was fairly accepted. It also identified the development of a second ice pad and a swimming pool, among other things, in that recreation master plan. In 2012, then, the town did engage architects to undertake preliminary drawings, MJMA architects, and they engaged JF, a consulting firm, to to put together a strategy in terms of what do the financials look like, and what the subsidy for the project would be. So in 2012, that was estimated to be based on a 49,000 square foot building with a pool, recreation center, and second ice pad, was estimated to be $18.2 million in 2012, with a subsidy in the neighborhood of $800,000 a year. So that study went out, and I believe there was some public consultations and meetings at that time, and I believe it got sort of got shelved for a period of time, although back then we didn't have the same kind of documents, so I can only go with what we were able to put together. In July of, so at the time, just right after that, the town had to recruit for a new director of public Parks and Recreation, and a new director was selected in 2013, and went through a variety of iterations of outdoor pool, outdoor rink, several different options that the town was looking at. So none of which really moved forward. And in 2015, N45 was engaged. They're the architects. Were engaged to help with outdoor rinks drawings at the time, and a landscaping firm to look at the master plan. As time went on, and then council obviously was involved and directed staff to look at various options and partners, and the Sens Foundation had expressed some interest in partnering, and what that might look like. So there was consultations throughout that period, and a presentation to the Parks and Rec Committee occurred in November of that year. I would say that 2017 was really the kickoff of the expansion, in that there was open houses, presentations that were undertaken during that period of time, starting in early of that year, and formally in May of that year, with which illustrated 3 possible options for the community to explore, ranging from 8.7, actually it was about 7 million to 8.6 million to 12 million, depending on the iterations. So that had options, full options, which would have a pool, second ice pad, recreation center, or just a rec center and pool, or rec center and a second ice pad. So there was a variety of options there, and that included some revenue projections for ice time and programs. That prompted the town to look at creating an ad hoc committee. So the mayor did create, at the time, did create an ad hoc committee, and there was some drafted terms of reference to sort of gauge or move this project along. And at that point, a new request for proposal was let out for prime consulting services, primarily from architectural perspective. So, at that time, N45 architects were awarded partial of that particular RFP to do pre-design work, and also potential for future aquatic facility. And at this point, the tables had really turned to having the second ice pad is really the focus by this point. On some recommendations, I believe N45, but also others, suggested that it would be prudent for the town to do a request for pre-qualification for contractors, so that it would simplify the process in terms of tendering after. And that was released in 2018, and 5 contractors were pre-qualified. And shortly after that, and it was in the pre-qualification document at the time, that the town had intended to issue a tender shortly after that for the facility. And those tender documents were released in May of that year. And four of the five pre-qualified vendors provided a bid at that time. So the lowest bid in that situation, or that particular round, which is 4 bids, was $10.47 million. And the budget that had been set by the town at the time was $8 million. So basically the direction of the day was is there options to look for revenue opportunities within this facility, as well as value engineering and cost savings. So in 2019, that's at the point which some of the discussion around leased space, retail space, that kind of thing proceeded. And at that point, the government of the day had announced that there will be some funding opportunities. So that was spurred on the town to pursue. And at that time, the architects were engaged to undertake the redesign at that point. There was a tender call, basically an update or a similar response to the original tender call at that time. And then there was a change to what we call a construction management services approach. So what that means is it's basically cost plus. And in other words, a contractor would receive a percentage of all of the change orders, et cetera. So that's, at that point is when that changed. We call it it's called the CCDC 5B contract. And it's important to note that those tender documents were continued during the same time, and it was subsequently canceled. So the response during that time was canceled as well. They were again over budget, and so in 2020, again in September, vendors were asked to update their bids with the same tender call. And at this point, the town was pursuing the grant under the ISIP grant for the recreation facility, and needed to update the financial perspective from that, and enlisted a vendor to assist. The proponents were asked to provide an update to their costing based on if it would be that type of contract, a cost plus contract. But no new tender documents were provided at that point. There were new instructions, but the tender call itself had not changed. In 2021, it was announced that the town would receive grant money of $11.8 million, partially funded by the federal and government and provincial government. It's important to note that during that grant opportunity, of course, the bringing in a First Nations, partners was obviously going to give that elevation. So those partnerships were formed, and they were part of that grant application. So in 2021, it was announced that the town would receive the grant, $11.8 million. And in anticipation for that, 2 proponents that had previously responded were asked to update their proposals That would have been in May of 2021. At that time, the proposals were received and the RFP was canceled, with the idea of going out with an RFP, perhaps to engage more contractors, and a new RFP was developed for construction management services and clearly what we call a CCDC 5B contract, which is basically a cost-plus contract. Usually, and it's really, there's two main elements to that. Typically, the first part, and usually you go in that direction if your drawings are not complete, which they were not at that point. And so it allowed for that pre-construction phase for the contractor to finalize the drawings and the pre-construction piece. So the drawings were being obviously done by the architect, but the pre-construction piece is a typical part of that kind of contract. And in that type of contract, there is options at a point in time to either after that to cancel the contract if the town so chose, or to potentially move to a stipulated price contract. That was not entertained at that time, but so in that case there was 3 proposals received, one of which had been pre-qualified and 2 others that submitted the proposal. The drawings that were provided then were a facility that was 89,633 square feet. And that was what it was on the basis of. So 2 proponents were interviewed, and ultimately on the 29th of June 2021, the award was the contract was awarded to Butcon East.
Let's get you hold up for 1 second, Tammy.
Sure.
Councillor Sobolski.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Maybe a couple questions to Tammy, but just to go back through, in 2017, in November, a partial award to N45 for architecture was given. It was, again, just says for design schematics plus an aquatics facility. So council turned down the opportunity to have the complete building designed at that point. Is that what I'm understanding here?
Yes, through you, Chair. So the next phase was to develop the construction documents, and that part had not been approved at that point. So it was separated, and it was later, I believe it was in actually 2021, I don't know the exact date, that the rest of the RFP was awarded to N45. So they were only given the award, council only awarded the first part of that contract in 2017.
Okay, follow-up. So there was another contract signed by the town of Renfrew with N45 after 2017, or is that the last time that we've had a signed contract with N45?
There's never been a signed contract with N45.
One last follow-up. Did we ever receive the drawings for the proposed aquatic center that we know of?
Not that I'm aware of.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor John McDonald.
Thank you, Chair, through you. Tammy, so from the start of 2012, we go through several different examples where there's red flags. We put in, we're looking for bids, but none of them fit the budget we have. And that takes place a few times, right, where we cancel the bids because we can't afford it, right, in terms of the town. Okay, thank you. Going from 2018, follow up with a second one. Going from 2018, in June, looking for revenue opportunities and cost savings. We go from 50,000 square feet, approximately, and then we go into 2019, they're talking about tenant space. Is this where it expands? Because by 2021, we're talking 90,000 square feet. So are we looking to bring in revenue by building bigger for tenant spaces, but we're not thinking about the fact it's going to cost us millions of dollars to do that? Am I right on that?
That would appear to be correct.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, third one. With regard to the ad hoc committee, it starts in 2017. Who's on that committee, and why does it start then prior to going into bids and all that sort of stuff? What's the idea behind that? And who initiated it? Was it staff side or was it council side?
Actually, I'm going to call on my colleague, John Scorbahash. John, we can't say his name. He can probably walk us through in much more detail. He's studied the ad hoc committee in quite detail, so I'll ask John to pipe in here.
Thanks very much, Tammy. And to the councillor through the chair, essentially what happened is, if you go back to 2017, you'll see a series of open houses that took place. The open houses actually allowed for different stakeholders to express their opinions with regards to the nature of the construction or the project. And so coming out of those open houses, the mayor of the day, Mayor Eadie, Don Eadie, determined that in order to continue to advance the project, he felt that it was important for an ad hoc committee to be struck, and that ad hoc committee would then utilize the input from the various stakeholders to help to guide the vision for the project. And so the mayor in 2017 struck the ad hoc committee. There were 3 members appointed to it. The mayor was the chair of the committee. Tom Sidney, Councillor Tom Sidney, was also a member of the committee, and Reeve Iman was also the 3rd member of the committee. They did have some, I would call them loose terms of reference at that point in time, but subsequently at a later date in 2018, following the 2018 municipal election, the terms of reference were revived and actually updated and enhanced considerably. So the ad hoc committee actually continued to function after the municipal election in 2018 with a more robust set of terms of reference. And it was all politically driven, and it was not something that we saw any evidence that staff were actually suggesting should be created.
Does that answer your questions? Okay. Councillor Andrew Dick.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. So, Councillor McDonald answered the question about the ad hoc committee, so we're good there. So the pool, starting in 2010 and up to, correct me if I'm wrong, 2017, the pool was always in the conversation. Am I correct on that?
From what I could tell, yes.
Okay. And then in 2017, the pool just disappears. Do we know if somebody made a decision, like a committee, council, did somebody make a decision, or a director say they just stopped talking about it, they took it out of the equation, and that was it? Do we have more information on that?
Perhaps I can answer
Yes,
that.
I was going to ask John. He's intimate with all of those committee meetings.
So coming out of the public open houses, there was actually a committee. It was called the Pool Committee that had organized. It was a group of interested citizens who had come together to advance the concept of an aquatic center. And so they worked very closely at that point in time with the ad hoc committee. And so there was some instruction and direction given to the administration to actually do more research, to look into the potential of an aquatic center. And so based on the documentation that we did see, a survey was prepared, a survey was sent out to neighboring communities to determine the interest and the level of support towards a potential aquatic center within the town of Renfrew. In addition to that, there was some proposed tours of existing aquatic centers in other communities that was planned, but to be blunt about it, I did not see or see any indication that the tours actually took place. Certainly there was no documentation to support that. There was also some discussion with the YMCA with regards to what the type of catchment area needed to be in order to substantiate the cost of of operating such a facility. And so it appears that over the course of time, within that 2017 period, some conclusions were made that the town of Renfrew really didn't have the appropriate population base to substantiate that without significant additional financial support from the municipality. So at that point in time, it appeared that the pool or aquatic center was being shuffled off for some future date, but with the intention that there would be some sort of drawings prepared so that eventually it could be added on to the existing facility.
Go ahead, Councillor Dick.
Okay, so I'm done with the pool question, but did you want to add something, CEO Tremblay? Because I have another question. We're going to switch gears.
Just one note, there's an annotation on the bylaw that authorized that award and the pre-design, the schematic, including the pool concept. And there's an annotation from Clerk Bulmer that Director Hill advised that a contract was not required. So from our document review as part of this, that's kind of where it ends. And so I'm assuming that we never got a contract and we never got a pool design. And Clerk Bulmer, who was chasing the contract with the director, finally put an annotation to the bylaw, which is, having been involved in municipal government on the clerk side for 23 years, I've never seen that, but there is an annotation attached to the bylaw from Clerk Bulmer stating that Director Hill said a contract was not required, and even though council had a bylaw that said go authorize this work, including a schematic for the pool. So I'm not sure at which time, and I don't know if the consultants know, if council ever said in a resolution to stop doing a concept for the pool and where it would go, or to pursue, but from our document review of that bylaw, there was an annotation from the clerk stating that Director Hill felt a contract was not required, and that's the last time that we've seen it.
And just to clarify, CEO Tremblay, Director Hill said a contract was not required for N45.
That's correct, even though council passed a bylaw authorizing that. So, and then secondly, that contract was to include the schematic for the pool.
I have one more question.
I'm just going to jump to Councillor McWhirter, and I'll give us, okay?
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. Through you for Tammy. I just have two questions. They both concern the contract for now. Back in 2020, you said our council enlisted, or the director enlisted a vendor to assist with pricing on the application. Is that normal practice that we would go to a vendor and ask them what we should charge?
Through you, Chair. It is a little unusual. Typically, you would have a consulting firm do that kind of work, as opposed to a contractor that is involved in the actual tendering process.
And my second question is to do with the contract itself. It was awarded in 2021 in June, and it said at a special council meeting, was there any discussion about, or anything you found for discussion about the contract, or why we went with from a closed contract to an open contract? Was there anything that you found in your investigation?
Through you, Mr. Chair. The advice actually came from a vendor based on the fact that the town's drawings were not complete. And so to go with a stipulated price contract at that point, which is probably why there was so many iterations of tenders, was likely not going to be successful. So the move to a CCDC 5B, which is basically construction management services and construction, allowed and was recommended, was a way for the town to move forward when it did not have final drawings. So that occurred basically in 2019, and actually the change to the approach to the 5B occurred in 2019 through the use of the original tender. So even though the original pre-qualification document went out and with the intention that it would be a general contractor type of contract, And those tender documents were then utilized and updated through emails to move to a CCDC 5B contract, which is essentially a cost-plus contract.
We'll jump to Councillor McDonald, and we'll go back to Councillor Dick.
I was going to deal with the ad hoc. I may come back to that later on, John, but I want to dial in on this one. What was the rush to move forward if we didn't have the plans?
Through you, Mr. Chair, can't answer that question. There is indications that the previous council wanted it to be moving. And there was some retirements on the horizon, so, in terms of that move. There were comments made when the grant was awarded that, in my opinion, were not correct, that the grant was only available for 2 years, in other words, but that was actually a choice from the town when they submitted the grant application. All of the information from the province and federal government at the time indicated that the town had until 2027 to spend the money. So not really sure where the viewpoint came that there was a rush, but it certainly was not in the guidelines from the outset. So so I'm not sure what the rush was.
Councillor Andrew Dick.
Thank you. So good segue, because I wanted to talk about the contract too. So, but first, you said someone made a comment that it was only good till 2024? The grant?
2023.
2023.
2 years, basically.
Are we allowed to state who made that comment? Was it someone on council? Was it a director? Are we allowed to state who made that comment to whoever?
I think it was actually reiterated by many people.
Okay, that's fair. I appreciate that. Okay, so because we're talking about contracts, and I know I'm not in the world of contracts, but I'm also privy to a lot of stuff, and I'm learning as we go, and I can just understand that there's probably a lot of people in the public that don't understand what you just said. So I'm going to dumb it down so I can understand it. And if I'm wrong when I say this, please stop me so we're not doing any misinformation. So in 2021, we went in with a proposal at a locked-in contract, meaning it's going to cost you $10 million to build, that's your cost, correct? Okay, you need to help me out then.
Okay, through you, Mr. Chair. So in the 2021, there was 2 tendering or procurement processes that occurred.
Okay.
Okay. So in May of 2021, 2 of the previous bidders provided an update to the project, assuming it was going to be a construction management contract, i.e. a CCDC 5B. So they updated that, and that was canceled by the town.
Okay, so
Okay.
I'm not trying to
Okay.
interrupt you.
Okay.
We're going to slow you down because, so when you say CDDC, what's that mean? Does that mean it's not a locked-in price, it's a cost-plus contract? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. We can go on.
Okay. So then, once that was canceled and other contractors expressed an interest in the project, it was opened up to ones that were not pre-qualified. And the RFP went out. Both, it was sent directly to those that were pre-qualified and 3 other contractors that had not been pre-qualified.
Okay, so so pre-qualification means you're pre-qualified to do this work. And then all of a sudden, we canceled that, and now we have 2 that are qualified and 3 companies that are not qualified to do the job. Am I correct on this?
Through you, Mr. Chair, it's not quite right. The pre-qualification went out, there was actually, I believe it was 11 responses, 5 were pre-qualified.
Okay.
When the RFP went out for construction management services in June of 2021, it went to all of those pre-qualified, and then 3 other companies that expressed interest in the project. So it was now an request for proposal for construction management services, as opposed, and that's the first time that the actual RFP stated it was going to be a construction management cost-plus contract. And that was the first time that the proper forms were actually sent out. So at no time before that had the proposal gone out in that manner. So the tender response, i.e. in 2021 in May, had been canceled, and then the RFP for construction management services was released. That was May 26, 2021. Then the RFP was released on June 8th, 2021, and it was provided to both the pre-qualified as well as 3 other vendors.
Okay, and then I just want to continue on. So, again, I'm going to dumb this down for myself. You have a whole bunch of paperwork you're sending out. That was canceled to go with a different route, and whoever was in charge of this just took the exact same piece of paper, scratched one thing off, wrote in the new thing, and handed it out again. Okay,
No,
see, you got to dumb it down for me.
Through you, Mr. Chair. No, actually, it went from a tender document to a request for proposal document. So the difference is that tenders are, the focus is price, whereas a request for proposal puts in a variety of other evaluative criteria. And so the request for proposal was for construction management services, and of course, with a what we call, it's essentially a cost plus. They don't, it's not, there is a thing called the cost plus, but basically it's a cost plus. And so the requirements of that type of contract is that you provide a price for pre-construction, okay? And then you provide your construction management fee. And in this case, the town also asked for an estimate of the pricing. So it's not a fixed price. It's basically saying, based on what we know of this project and the drawings as they were provided to the vendors, we believe it will cost, and it was anywhere from 18 million to 21 million, I believe. So, and it's just on a rate. So in other words, the contractor gets paid a percentage of the costs.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll take one more question from Councillor McDonald, and we'll move on.
Thanks. I just want to hone in on the ad hoc committee. So, John, this may be something you can add. So we have the ad hoc starts in 2017. We go into the election cycle 2018. When we start fresh, I'm the previous mayor, Edie, the Reeve Emon, and the chair, Tom Sidney, are they still the individuals in charge of that? And what I'd like to know as we move forward from there, if changes do take place, when do they take place in terms of timing? And I know at one point it peters off. So if you can get into the data and give us the general information with regard to that. And it's a fancy name, ad hoc, but for people to understand, it's just basically a working group, right, as we move forward with the Mattaway project.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor McDonald. So essentially, the ad hoc is just an advisory type committee. So essentially, the role of the ad hoc committee is to gather information, to assess and evaluate that information, and then to provide recommendations back to council. So coming out of the 2018 municipal election, the same 3 members continue to be part of that ad hoc committee. And they continued on through to the point where the grant was submitted to the provincial and federal governments, the grant that Tammy alluded to in terms of the funding opportunity that was made available by the senior levels of government for this type of project. Now, we did have interviews with all of the members, and The recollection that was provided to us by the chair of the time, and that was, the chair was the mayor, Don Eady, suggested that he felt that the committee had fulfilled its mandate when they had submitted the grant application. However, I think an argument could be made that even if he felt that way, the procedural bylaw that was in effect at the time required any ad hoc committee to present a final report before it was to be dissolved. And that final report was supposed to go to council. So once council receives that final report, they make a determination that they fulfilled their mandate, and they actually, council should be dissolving that particular committee. However, that never happened. What seems to have happened is that there was a transition, and it appears to be an informal transition because we couldn't find anything in writing to document the transition of the transfer of the responsibilities for the Mattaway expansion project over to the Parks and Recreation and Facilities Committee. So, just before I get into speaking about that, let me say, in addition to the fact that the ad hoc committee continued to have meetings up to that point in time before they were dissolved by the mayor, there were times that the former director sent emails out inviting Councillor Mike Koulis to the ad hoc committee meetings. Now, that's problematic from a couple different perspectives. Mike Koulis, along with the mayor and along with Councillor Tom Sidney, were the members of the Parks and Recreation Facilities Committee. So by bringing in Mike Koulis to the ad hoc committee, essentially what it was a violation of the requirements not to have a majority of council members participating in an advisory committee meeting or even a standing committee meeting, because now you have a majority of council members, and de facto, they can make the decisions on behalf of the entire council. So the reason why you never have that happen is because it should be council's purview to make the final decisions. But if you have, 4 members of an elected body that constitute the majority of council, making recommendations to council, de facto, they've made the decision. Because if they all vote in support of it when it comes to council, you know that decision was made by council, was made by a lower body. So having said that, it appears that the former director perhaps unknowingly breached the procedural bylaw and the requirements not to have a majority of council members present for decision-making purposes. We didn't see that on a regular basis, but it happened infrequently. It appeared as more and more closer to sort of the key decision point in terms of proceeding with certain types of contracts and stuff like that. It appeared that there was a more frequent approach in terms of copying that particular council member into the process, into the discussion. So once the change was made, informally, I would suggest, in terms of transferring the role and responsibility to the Parks and Recreation Committee, there were never any sort of documented terms of reference to suggest that the committee now is accountable and responsible to council for any of the decisions and oversight of the Mattaway expansion project, which essentially is a significant defect in the process. From a governance perspective, you always want to ensure that those roles and responsibilities are documented and there's accountability built back into that process. So that was problematic, and that was something that perhaps council should have been made aware of at the time that was occurring, in terms of the fact that these terms of reference were no longer going to be part of the new or part of the Parks, Recreation and Facilities Committee. Hopefully that answers your question.
Thank you.
Thanks. You may continue on.
So after the RFP process, as I said, there were 3 proposals received. 2 of the proponents were interviewed. And council was informed at a later meeting that there were criteria used to evaluate. We have not been able to locate that criteria, but the two of the 3 were interviewed by staff, the members of council, and the architect was also in attendance. After that interview, on that date, it was recommended to award the CCDC 5B contract to Butcon East out of Ottawa. That was a special meeting on the 29th of June. In that meeting, the resolution was to work towards the execution of that contract with Butcon and the town, and it was signed on July 5th, 2021, and attached to a bylaw. At that time, it had not been vetted by the town's legal advice, but it was eventually, it was sent out about 2 weeks later. I think it was about the 18th of July. And at that point, the pre-construction meetings were held with Butcon. At this point, I will point out that the drawings that were provided to the proponents was based on 89,000 square feet. At around mid-July, late July, the additional space and the elevated walking track was brought forward to the progress meetings, and that brings the total up to 96,014 square feet. We do not see the final drawings ever coming to council. The drawings that were presented at a previous special council meeting on the 22nd of June had hand-drawn pieces, but the actual documents that were prepared in advance and in the presentation that was given to council did not have that extra space.
I'll jump in there for 1 second, Tammy, sorry. Councillor McWhirter.
Through you, Chair. Thank you. I just have one quick question. With all these changes being made and the contract being awarded, you knew what that was going to be. They jumped up to 96,000 square feet, so there was additional space added and that. At any time, the council go to the treasurer and get any advice on long-term tax implications or costing or anything, any assessment or advice from the treasurer at that?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Most of the presentations around the financials were done by the former director. We understand that the treasurer did review them several iterations before that, and I believe a former councillor had requested that. But I do not believe the information was at the June 22nd, 2021 information was specifically vetted by the treasurer that we can see. And very few questions were asked at that point.
So with the increase in the footage, nobody really, I mean, obviously there would be a financial impact, but no one really addressed that.
Through you, Mr. Chair, no, it doesn't look like, now that you've moved, the town had moved to a CCDC 5B contract, which of course the reason being that the drawings were not complete, that I don't think that assessment was done from what I can tell.
Councillor Zawalski.
Thank you, just through you, Chair, and I'm just going to follow up on Councillor McWhirter's. So the additional 9,600 square feet, could you give us a rough, just for the rest of the room, what that cost was to add 9,600 square feet in today's finished dollar?
So through you, sir, it's actually 6,900. Sorry,
sorry.
it went from 89,000. What's the exact number? 89,633 to 96,014. So just about almost 7,000 square feet. If I was to do the per square foot cost based on what you experienced, that's probably in the neighborhood of $2.1 million.
$2.1 million. And just a quick follow-up, in your mentioning that council did not have the opportunity to say yes or no to this, or they did?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I don't see that that happened. As I mentioned, the plans that were presented on June 22nd, 2021 had sort of hand-drawn additions on there. That did not include, the paper version of the presentation did not include that. I don't think, from what I can see, that they went back to council after that point.
Thank you.
Councillor Andrew Dick.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Let's just touch base a little bit on these hand drawings. So when we come to council, we're always given a paper copy, and then there's a copy that goes up on the screen. So what you're saying is that council had the papers in their hands with the drawings, but up on the screen was a different picture with hand drawings. And this presentation was given by?
The former director.
The former director of Parks and Recreation?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Continue on.
Thank you. So August 2021 was the point at which the town executed the bylaw for the grant, partly funded by the federal government and partly by the provincial government. It was based on a project of $16.1 million. It's important to note that any of the retail space would not be eligible, and so that's why the difference there. And the town executed that agreement with the province, which has specific requirements around obviously the execution of that agreement, and basically moving forward the town was required to attest that it met the agreement requirements when it filed its claims, which it started to do after a period of time. In that period as well, that's when the pre-construction meetings were held. It actually was revealed at the June 22nd meeting, a special meeting of council, that the tennis courts needed to move based on the drawings. And so the impact of that wasn't really known at the time. It was presented that it would be somewhere between $500,000 and $799,000 from one quote, but the impact on that date was not known, and that there would be some discussions with the tennis club around that move, and so that wasn't, I guess, contemplated from that period of time. So. In September of 2021, the move of the tennis courts was discussed with council, and there was a few quotes received to move those tennis courts, and it was decided that some town resources would be used to reduce the cost for that. At the same time, the splash pad expansion was proceeding. Late that year, in December of 2021, the lawyer for the town did provide comments back on the agreement with BudCon. We have, although it was sent to BudCon and have some indication that it may have come back, we have not been able to find an executed copy from the town. It came back somewhere in January of 2022. It may be in paper, but I believe the clerk has not been able to find the executed copy. And there were some changes. I would say that some of the changes, there were some areas that should have been changed in the contract, and particularly with respect to supplementary conditions that should have been added that were not. In particular, the role in terms of occupational health and safety on the project is as a typical supplementary condition. So pre-construction ended at some point there around December of 2021, and the town received its first report and forecast from BudCon at the time, and the impacts of proceeding in the winter indicated that the project was estimated to be about $800,000 over budget from that. We understand that there was some recommendations to delay to save some money, but those were not, I do not believe that those came to the committee, council, and it proceeded in the winter.
Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, through you, Chair. And I think you just answered it as I was getting ready to ask. Council did not approve this, and it didn't come to council. That's what you're saying. To move forward with the winter work that was going to cost basically an extra $1 million. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we could not find any evidence that that occurred. And certainly in interviews, it does not appear that that occurred. If it did, it may not have been overt. I believe council first got, the very first report that they received was in February of 2022, from what we could tell. In the winter of 2022, so sort of fall, winter, the town proceeded to undertake some sole source bidding, projects for excavating, and that we understand that that contract had not been signed with BEI. There was also challenges in terms of the generator and where the generator came from, so it had not been planned. And at this point in February of 2022, it indicated that the project was forecasted to be $911,000 over budget, and that one was actually sent to council and was reviewed in open session. There was no, from my understanding, the change orders related to that had not been presented to committee or council before they were signed, from what I can tell. At that time as well...
Councillor Andrew.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Similarly, in the same time frame, it was determined that the building was going to need a new transformer because it couldn't handle the load. I personally find it interesting that that wouldn't have been known a little bit earlier, but went out for a quote on that, and it turned out that the total cost probably for the transformer was in the $300,000 range. The town did get some quotes. There was certainly Renfrew Hydro had to do some of that as sole sourced, obviously, but the rest was done by quote. Now, if you look at the requirements in terms of public procurement, that should have been tendered openly. It was not. And I don't believe that a report that I can find went to council on the transformer.
Councillor Andrew Dick.
Thank you, through your chair. So I have some concerns because we live in a small town and we hear everything. So my concern is, and I talked about this at the December meeting, so we were told that it's going to be over $900,000. We're going to be over $900,000 if we start in the winter. At any time, did the treasurer jump in and say, guys, we need to sit back, we need to relax, we need to figure this out? Did any council members, did any mayor, did they question, what are we doing here? Like, whoa, we need to take a step back. Like, I just don't understand, because I don't think I can't see it being that secretive that all this was being done and no one knew. That's my concern here, because I think every councillor on this table can understand when something happens in this town, we're the first to know. So when we're $900,000 over budget, I think someone's going to know that we're $900,000 over budget before we even put a shovel in the ground. So that's my frustration. Do we have evidence? Do we have proof? Do we have emails? I just don't understand it. So if you could elaborate on that a little more for me, please.
Sure, through the chair. So we understand that the issues of starting this in the winter were raised with town staff. We don't have any real indication that council was aware of that. The reports that went to from ButCon to council looks like it didn't start until February of 2022. So it was already past the winter.
CEO, oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, CEO Tremblay.
Just in terms of staffing, I just want to note that the previous treasurer had retired in June of 2021, and a permanent treasurer was only hired in around the same time I was hired, in late June, July. We started at the same time, and that didn't work out, and that person was relieved of their duties. In that time in between, a retired treasurer came in to assist with the budget process, and our staff kind of made do and to try to just make sure that the day-to-day transactional stuff happened. So in that period between, basically during that 1 year period, we didn't have a permanent treasurer because one had retired. We had brought in a retiree to help with the budget process specifically, and the rest of the staff were just basically trying to get the day-to-day transactional items done. And only did we promote from within after going out and having failed in terms of the treasurer that was appointed in the summer of 2022, did we appoint from within. But just want to explain that gap in terms of kind of the forces on the ground, the ability to be proactive in terms of highlighting issues for council, and just understanding that the previous treasurer had retired in June of 2021.
Okay, through you, Chair, thank you very much for clarifying that, because I was just assuming it was the former treasurer in winter 2022, so thank you for clarifying that. I do appreciate that. Okay.
Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Tammy, to Andrew's point with regard, there comes a February report. Does that go to council that we're basically 900,000 over budget? And if they become aware of it. Well, my concern is that's a massive red flag. We're almost $1 million over budget at that point in time. What action is taken by council leadership? And as Mayor Eadie at that point in time, we've canceled the working group, the ad hoc group. Is there any indication that we need to start doing something to get control of this, have a council working group? Who's looking after this process? Because at this point in time, we do have working groups to make sure Mattaway's going in at least the right direction as best we can. Was anything done back then with regard to a working group?
Not through you, Mr. Chair. Not that I'm aware of. I will defer to my governance expert if anything was occurring. I think it all deferred back to the Parks and Rec Committee at that point. But this particular report that I mentioned actually went to council. The February one, yeah.
Yeah, your acting worship, or I guess chair, the council member, yes. Basically, it was the Parks and Recreation and Facilities Committee that was carrying this particular project at that point in time. and the frequency of their meetings were largely dependent upon issues that, the former director was dealing with. Obviously, in some cases, he felt that he could handle some of the workload and the challenges, and there were times that he would send out emails to the committee members seeking guidance and advice. So as an example, on the transformer issue, that was sent out to the 3 members of the committee indicating that they required this transformer, and this transformer, unless they placed the order soon, they would lose some valuable time in terms of the construction cycle, etc. And so responses came back to the former director by way of email from the 3 members of the Parks and Recreation Facilities Committee, indicating that they supported him moving forward with the requirements of obtaining the transformer and issuing the appropriate procurement orders or purchase orders. So essentially, there was no additional oversight other than when the reports from the Parks and Recreation and Facilities Committee made their way to the council table. And periodically, the former mayor would request that the former director actually make a presentation to council in the committee of the whole. Now, I'll also draw your attention to the fact that your former procedural bylaw did not actually contain provisions for a committee of the whole meeting. They were actually special council meetings. So as a result of that, it was to the full council. Whenever these presentations came forward, they were being made to the entire council, even though there was a sense that perhaps there was some informal process behind those meetings. Technically, they were actually special council meetings. There was no committee of the whole process that was actually documented in your procedural bylaw at the time.
Okay, Reeve Emo.
The February report came about as a result of questions about winter hoarding, which was the heating. Winter hoarding, that's what the... Oh, yeah, it's fine. Oh, cold store, okay, sorry. So the February meeting came about because of the questions about winter hoarding, which is the cost of heating, and then also that it was noted town staff were collecting the waste and the garbage from the site and taking it away, and some of us had thought that was part of the contract. So those were the kinds of questions that precipitated the February 5th meeting. And then at the February 5th meeting, we did ask for more and regular reporting, and there was some details requested.
You may continue on.
Thank you. So in the summer, of course, so during this time, the town had opted to move to a CAO model, Chief Administrative Officer model, and went recruitment, and the CAO was announced and it started at the end of June. There was some information coming through the construction management reports with respect to the rising costs and some deficiencies noted during that time. At this point, BUTCON's forecast, again, I don't believe was presented until August, but in the spring it was projected that it would be a $23.6 million project, and of course going out for tenders. This was during COVID era, I guess, to some degree, but the proposals that were coming back were escalating, and in August of 2022, BUTCON and management did come to council and did a presentation. The estimate at that time was going to be $26 million for the project, citing overages in particular for steel, but and one of the challenges that was identified from BUTCON was that the drawings were delayed, and it was delaying the tendering process for BUTCON. So they were struggling with that. When we read the progress reports, it was a subject matter on pretty well every meeting. So it was holding them up, and of course putting pressure on the project. And at that point, the leases with the retail space was also being evaluated, and sponsors had been secured for some of the space. And it was estimated that the fit-up costs would be in the neighborhood of $1.6 million for that space. By the fall of 2022, before the election, there was $6.5 million in change orders at that point. Pretty well, I haven't done the exact number, almost all of the budget numbers that were being utilized were underestimated with respect to the tenders. So there was an ongoing issue with overages during that time. And so in the fall, it was estimated it would be 25 million plus. And now the town had also tendered out some of its own work at the same time. The challenge with that is that with the town contracting and BUTCON contracting, part of the reason being union versus non-union, is that the coordination of those, but also it turned the town into the constructor because under the Health and Safety Act. It's not a situation where you're got a stipulated contract and the contractor comes in and builds you your facility and they take on all the risk, which actually a CCDC 5B contract is typically the risk is taken by the construction management firm, but the method in which this was managed meant that the town became the constructor under the Health and Safety Act. And there was many contracts that were managed by the town.
Councillor John McDonald.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Tammy, so basically the 18th of August, we're informed, the town, publicly, that we're 5 million plus over. We get elected and we get sworn in on the 15th November, so almost 3 months later. During that time frame of the 3 months, what was done by either council or staff to get a grip of this situation? Because 5 million over is a huge red flag. What action did we take as the town of Renfrew for both council and staff? Thanks.
Through you, Mr. Chair. To be honest, I don't think I can tell you that exactly. Certainly, there did not appear to be regular reporting of written reporting to the committee or council. Many of the reports were done verbally, as opposed to in writing. And so, typically, what would happen in this type of project is that you would go through a variance analysis process every month. And unfortunately, it was almost it was a challenge because you didn't have a permanent treasurer. Probably if I was to say, you look back, you should have hired somebody to manage that part, obviously in terms of the project management. But really what should have happened is every single change order should have been evaluated individually to see where the problems are lying. Is were the estimates wrong? Is it a unit price? Is it lack of competition? What's the issue? And all of those variances needed to be analyzed, and they were not. The expertise was not there to do that. So I cannot see that any of the BUTCON financial reports were provided to committee or council directly after that instance in February of 2022. It was all done verbally after that. There may have been emails, but like a formal reporting process, I did not see, which I would have thought would have been normal practice.
CEO Tremblay.
If I can, in September of that year, the chair of HR and myself met with the director with some expectations on regular reporting to me and regular reporting to committee and council. However, the director was away from the office for a period of time following those conversations, which obviously delayed the implementation. My CAO work plan upon hire did also include a requirement to build in regular reporting on major capital projects, which we attempted to implement, and obviously due to some staffing transitional items, some of that was delayed.
Okay, you can continue on.
Thank you. And then, so in the fall, there was also awards, a town award for the ice resurfacer that was only 2 quotes were received, and the scoreboard was awarded through ButtCon. There was no other bids, and it was through it's called the scoreboard man. It was through that the installation was done by Eastern Rink Services. The actual final invoice that was received recently was actually over that bid. So that happened in 2022. So there were there were processes that were happening within the town as well as from ButtCon. So in terms of process, very confusing and complex approach to the project, because you've got town procurement happening at the same time as the construction manager is procuring. So we noted that the number of quotes that ButtCon was also receiving was limited as well. It may be in the times, but not sure why and maybe the location. But the competition was not there, and that's why a lot of those items were over budget.
Mayor Sidney.
Just take us back to just the awarding of the scoreboard. So that didn't come to committee or council. That went right from ButtCon to get that contract, right? Am I correct?
Yeah. Yes, through you, Chair. So the way that the construction management approach is that, and it is a reason why some organizations use it, is that the construction management company does the procurement on behalf of the owner. So the challenge is that their procurement method may not be a public procurement method. They do use the construction sites, but yeah. So there was only that one proposal, and it was sent to ButtCon from the town.
Councillor Andrew Dick.
So, in case, I'll ask the question because I'm sure there's lots of people that don't understand this, but who owns Eastern Rink Services?
I believe the owner is the former director of Parks and Recreation.
And the former director of the Recreation, he was also the contractor?
Correct.
So the contractors getting a quote, same guy's getting a quote from the same guy, it's the same guy just doing everything. Am I correct? Is that It's correct to say?
Yeah.
So he's doing the former director and the contractor's the same person, and that person is getting a quote from himself, and then he's paying himself. Is that just layman terms?
Through you, Chair. So in this particular case, the proposal went to Butcon.
Ah, okay. So it's okay then. Okay, thank you.
You may carry on.
Thank you. So I'm going to go to 2023, fast forward past the election. We've got new councillors. And in the winter of 2023, the forecast at that time was still in the neighborhood of 25.8 million. At 500,000 at that point was subcontracted. The excavation and earthworks contracts were done through the town, and they've amounted, I think they're about 1.7 million in total, waiting for that final amount. The challenge is that those contracts are still subject to your construction management fee. So even though the town procured and managed the contract for that, the construction manager is entitled, based on the way the agreement was written, to the construction management fee, the 3.9%. In the spring of 2023, there's changes at the director level. Butcon, in its construction management report, indicates that they have lost 120 days. Most of that, if I was to look at the root cause, was they were waiting for various types of drawings. So when I say that, it's not just architectural drawings, mechanical drawings, and those kinds of things, so they can actually do their tenders. And there's a significant number of delays all through the project, actually, where it was indicated that Butcon was waiting for drawings. And so by the spring, Butcon has now provided a forecast. They believe that it's going to be $26.4 million, and introduced, and then in May, of course, you got introduced to me to do the third-party review. So that's really the start at which we were involved. The very first thing that we noted when we came in was that the town needed its own project manager. The construction management company is there for their purpose, and having someone dedicated and overseeing as part of for the town was important. Yes, it was viewed at the beginning, at the outset, or the early stages, that would be more expensive than having someone in-house. I would argue that it was not. To have somebody who is qualified project management professional overseeing, that's had experience, a significant amount of experience in these types of projects from the outside, that's got that that expertise was needed from the outset. So the town did hire Colliers. They're experts in facility construction, which is I think has been a positive experience. At this point, in the sort of the June timeframe, Butcon is now projecting about $27.3 million, and subcontractors still in for the town around $500K. There was some additional delays. We live in Canada. We do have delays due to weather, and but some of the other pieces. So certainly, drawings, etc., have had an impact on that as well. In the summer, the town opted to create the working group for the subcommittee. I would argue that that committee should have been there from the beginning and all the way through till the day that you actually sign off. That would be a recommendation. But that didn't happen at the time. But certainly, I think that's been a positive experience at the facility, not just from a construction perspective, but we certainly heard from the stakeholders that they were in the dark. They were not communicated with sufficiently. Some of these, the tenants were waiting. They were on month-to-month leases. Some of them were trying to sell properties. And I would say that was a critical failure, is that the communication strategy that was promised at the outset didn't happen. And I don't even think you had a communications person on site at the time. Certainly not back that time. But, you know, when you're going into a project of this nature with this many stakeholders, communications is number one. And the stakeholders were not consulted at the drawing stage. They were certainly, when the spaces for individual tenants were there, they were consulted, but to me it was too late. There needed to be some stakeholder engagement all through the process. So I'm kind of jumping ahead on a recommendation, but I would suggest that any kind of project like this, there should have been a communication strategy, a detailed one done and held to account for that.
Review.
I think in December you told us that the terms of reference, the second iteration for the ad hoc committee, had its date not been arbitrarily terminated, it would have been able to serve as the project manager, not project manager, sorry, the committee that was overseeing that.
Yes, through you, Chair. I think that the terms of reference probably would have needed to be tweaked a little bit. I thought that actually the terms of reference were well done. They were pretty specific about what was supposed to be, that committee was supposed to do, including the drawings. But it appears that as soon as the grant was announced, that committee just stopped meeting and there was no official transition.
Okay, you can carry on.
So in the summer, there was issues identified in terms of the water line, which had to be addressed. I think actually the end dollar is higher than 80K, but it was addressed at that time. The leases and the naming rights agreements were discussed in more detail. It's important to note that the leases and the sponsorships were negotiated before even the project was up and running. And so the financials obviously they're still not final. So those lease rates are not based on final costs. So the town doesn't know yet how much the actual space costs per square foot, and it was not the basis of which those leases were created. The sponsorships were not posted publicly. They were done individually, which is a best practice would be to tender them out and see, you put the sponsorship opportunities out there. I would suggest that you may have gotten some better sponsorships should that have been the case. And I believe most of them are for 10 years. Some of them may be 5 + 5, but you may have gotten better results. And similarly with the lease space, the rates were negotiated before you had the costs. So that one of our recommendations out here is that you do a fee study and you'd actually calculate how much it's actually costing versus what you're getting in revenues. In the fall of 2023, the amount paid directly from the town was up to $1.3 million. The estimate from BUTCON was $27.8 million. And when we added the town costs, it was really, in the estimate, should have been around $30 million, because there were things that were paid for by the town both before the contract was issued and ongoing in terms of direct payments. So at that point, we estimated it would have been about $30 million. And at that time, it was estimated that occupancy would start around 2023. They actually didn't end up happening until 2024, but you certainly have now got some of your tenants in the space. So, as of in January, we did take a tour with Director Aslan, who had been assigned to sort of take over oversight internally. We did take a tour of the site at the time, and certainly one of the things that was evident was that there was a lack of communication between all the parties still at this point. So while the working group was trying to get things put together, there was still a lack of sort of communication, in particular with the Junior A team, and some of the challenges that they identified, I think, are being worked through right now. But there are some challenges for that team, which obviously is a very important element of this facility, in terms of the location of their dressing rooms and that kind of thing. So I know that the committee is working through that. Your first tournament, I believe, was in January, and in February you started to see occupancy and the agreements being brought to committee or council, and your fitness center and your walking track started to open. So it was good to see people actually in the facility and using it, and I assume that there'll be some kind of official opening at some point. So we just got notification last week that BUTCON has posted substantial completion, and that the town is moving forward with the process of closing the recreation center. And during the budget process, we understand that the discussion around the debenture has been brought forward, and depending on the final costs will determine potentially what that debenture is. I suspect there'll be some unfinanced part of the project for a period of time. The Infrastructure Ontario has informed the town that they would need to get the debenture issued 120 days after substantial completion. So that would mean there's going to be some decisions around that.
Would just Councillor McDonald, please?
Thank you. Through you, Chair. Tammy, should it be a normal function of a treasurer to advise the full cost, and even including the debenture? Should that be information that was relayed initially that we're looking at, and I know we're looking at different numbers initially, but to calculate into it what's actually going to cost us to build it and to run it? Like, we're talking 52, and I think I read somewhere else 55 million, but even then, that's not certain yet. It can go higher, right? Okay.
Yes, through you, Chair. So best practice in terms of evaluating projects is on a net present value of all net cash flows. So in other words, you estimate all of the cash flows, both positive and negative, expenses versus revenues, and all of the upfront capital costs, and you bring it back to today's dollars. So that's what should have happened when the town evaluated the actual project. It should have said, This is what this is going to cost over the life cycle. It was not done at any point that I can see.
You may carry on.
Okay. So the decision around the debenture obviously is pending, and I believe the Indigenous group are probably the summer before they're in June, July?
Through you, Mr. Chair, they're the only party that we haven't completed leases with, and as you noted, the draft leases were drafted in 2021, and even some of the negotiations with the naming right holders occurred around the same time, so current staff had to kind of understand what was promised of these groups, and the one that we're continuing to work with is the Bonachir Algonquins. The medicine wheel component of their space is not completed but is nearing completion, and then they also have some leasable space. So we're in the process of continuing our chats with Chief Zor for a partnership agreement around the medicine wheel and leasing arrangements. We understand from him that he had not seen the draft lease from 3 years ago. So staff continue to work through those things and understand that it was frustrating for the tenants, but part of it was trying to understand what was promised and had they gotten a lease and finalizing those. So we're hopeful that we'll complete that final piece of that puzzle in terms of the partners that are involved with the project.
Councillor Andrew Dick.
Thank you, through you, Chair. So just to confirm to the public, CEO Tremblay, all leases are locked in, signed, legalized, we're good to go, with the exception of the Indigenous Centre.
That's correct.
Thank you.
And I just to note that because my FM called me yesterday for an interview, the daycare space, the lease specifies an April 1st move-in date. However, there's some minor issues that we're dealing with, specifically with the outdoor space due to weather. And then they have a number of inspections that they're working through and some deficiencies we're working through as well. So we're hopeful they'll come into the space as soon as possible. But so we may not be hitting the April 1st deadline, but we're continue to work closely with them as well.
You may continue on.
Thank you. So determining when the actual holdbacks will be released, obviously the deficiencies have to be addressed, and so I would suggest that you might be done at the end of December, but maybe not. So it'll depend on the deficiency lists. You've got some landscaping outdoor pieces that are still outstanding. So that's the challenge. So this slide actually is, although it is a timeline and we've gone through the timeline, this is actually the procurement timeline. And so what I wanted to illustrate here was the number of instances that the town engaged contractors to provide proposals. And I don't have them all on here actually, because there was some smaller ones in terms of various pieces, but I've tried to highlight the biggest ones. So 2012 was I'll call really the kickoff after the Recreation Master Plan. And important to note that MGMA Architects did provide some drawings at that point. That project was a rec center, pool, and arena. They did provide costing or scenarios whereby the town might want to just do a rec center and pool, just do a rec center and ice pad. And so they did actually provide some of that detail. At that point, it's in 2012, JF Consultants did a study that looked at not only the costs of the facility, but what the annual subsidy would be. So it is very unusual for recreation facilities to be cost neutral. There's almost none that I can find in the province, and as soon as I find one, somebody should let me know. That is because, there's a reason why you want to have recreation, and it's a visioning, or it's a strategic direction for the organization to have recreation facilities. So at that time, for the rec arena piece, that company indicated that the annual shortfall would be $377,000 annually. So they did forecasts on revenue streams, utilization, very well done study that was done in 2012. It was based on 49,478 square feet, which was what the drawings were. 36,000 of that would be just a rec center with an ice pad. So if you were to fast forward that to today's dollars, that would be $22.3 million just for that piece. If you were to fast forward 96,000 square feet, which is what Mattaway expansion ended up being, it would cost you $35 million. So it's very much in line with what ended up happening. And so the point is that the budgets that were brought forward were unrealistic. I think that actually JF had it right from the get-go, or pretty darn close.
Councillor Andrew Dick.
Thank you, through Chair. So just correct me if I'm wrong. You're not reporting this so they said this much money, it became this much money. So you're not saying, so you're okay. What I'm asking, are you saying if council at the time would have known it was going to be $35 million, brakes probably would have been put on and said no?
Through you, Chair, I think council put a brakes on it when they found out it was $18 million.
Okay. I just don't want the taxpayers of the town to think that we're trying to justify it.
No.
You're just stating a fact. That's it. Okay. Thank you.
I'm trying to put it into, so through you, Chair, I'm trying to put it in today's dollars, that the budgets that were brought forward were unrealistic. And this budget, and if I was to make a recommendation, this firm even perhaps should have been re-engaged in 2018, 2019 when it started it could have been any company, but the same concept, to update with objectivity what it was going to cost this town. I do not feel that the presentations of the scenarios were objective based on this.
Councillor John McDonald.
And that takes place before the former director starts, right?
Correct.
The proper way of doing it. Thank you.
So through iterations, there was an outdoor pool thought of, there was an RFP done there, there was 3 proponents, there was an outdoor rink. They were all canceled after those. They were, again, outside, I think, what the budget that the council of the day was willing to undertake. It was before the next election of 2014, and there was a presentation, no further action. And some of the interest groups obviously were involved in both of those, so on the aquatic side and on the outdoor rink side. Then in 2015, there was a variety of options that we're looking at, and they ranged anywhere from $500,000 up to $6.6 million. And N45 at that point was engaged to provide some of that, those drawings, for example, outdoor rinks, slabs, all of those various things. So in 2017, it was the first proposal specifically for what I would call the current state, and which is when the architects were engaged. So the estimates from Hanscom, which is a company that does a fast forward, basically, if you built something in 2004, what would it be today, based on the construction indices, indicate that those estimates indicated between $8.6 and $12 million just for that, for a 66,000 square foot property, because of course it, at this point, did not have additional leased space or the cultural center in that piece. So in terms of the tendering process, there was, as I mentioned before, qualified bidders in 2018, and of those, there's 5 that were pre-qualified, 4 of which actually submitted bids. The bids came in between 10.5 and 13.3 million. The budget at the time that had been set was 8 million. So it was definitely indicated by council to explore other options. The town worked with Lauren Construction to try to find, they were low bid on that case, to find ways to reduce the cost through value engineering, and that at this point is when it was suggested that perhaps some retail space might help. So now the project's growing. They worked with them. The tender was canceled when it came back. That would be 11.9 million. So it's increasing as opposed to decreasing. And some Sullivan's at the time who had provided bids expressed the concern to council, or to the town, I should say, that the drawings are not finished. Maybe you should be considering a construction management approach. So, either one, get your drawings finished, or 2, maybe this is the option. So, and I think at that point, things started to shift in that direction, and I would suggest that some of the risks weren't fully explored. There wasn't, from what I can tell, I don't think there was any training for council on what these different types of contracts are and what the implications would be. And as I mentioned before, that was done, the change from a stipulated contract to a cost, basically as a cost plus, was not actually tendered that way. So there was never until 2021. In 2019, there was a set of bids as well. They were requested, the contractors were requested to re-estimate, and based on a CCDC budget, 5B contract, which is basically construction management and services and construction, the prices were updated between in 2019. They were updated. That tender was canceled. In 2020, it was again updated in anticipation of the grant application, and that came in by the 2 proponents between 16 and 17 million. That one was canceled. And then, of course, the grant went forward at 16 million. In 2021, of course, the grant was announced, and so 11.8 million. In 2021, the same tender was used to advance the CCDC budget in May of 2021. At that time, the square footage was, the drawings were 89,633 square feet, and that particular tender was canceled. There was only 2 proponents at that point. Then the town issued a request for proposal for the construction management in 2021. So that was an RFP. It was sent directly to the pre-qualified bidders from 2018 and 3 additional bidders. And in the end, as we know, Butcon was awarded. Recognizing the most important thing here is that that type of contract was not a stipulated cost. It was, they were asked to provide an estimate of what it would be, and it was in the 18.9 million. In that particular RFP, it indicated that the town's budget was 18 million. Neither one of all 3 of the proposals that came in were over 18 million. Unfortunately, they were not evaluated on anything other than the cost piece there, and 2 of the proponents were interviewed.
Councillor Andrew Dick.
Thank you, through you, Chair. So I'm just wondering, so in 2019, Sullivan's is suggesting a construction management contract, but when we go to 2021, were they one of the companies who bid on this job?
Through you, Chair, they did provide an updated proposal in May of 2021.
Okay.
They declined to bid in the June 8th, 2021 RFP.
Okay, so they're making suggestions, but then they don't even bid on the job. They pull out. So my question is, obviously, that confuses me as a human being. So is there a connection between Sullivan's and a staff member or council? Like, what's the story here? Because I just don't understand why Sullivan's is suggesting to anybody in our town on how we should do this. The other companies aren't suggesting anything. They're just doing their job by making proposals. But Sullivan's is right in there suggesting stuff. So is there something more? Can you elaborate on that more, or you just, I don't know?
So through you, Chair, I would suggest that the reason Sullivan's made that suggestion was because the drawings were not complete. And this was a trend. So in 2010, the Canadian construction documents were created, and it was really just at that point starting to gain speed. So there's a few different types of documents or contracts that you can go into. One is services only. You could go design build. There's different options. I think from what I can gather from what we read and when we connected with Sullivan's is that there was a frustration level there.
Okay, you may continue on.
There were some changes to these contracts. So I guess my point is that these contracts are complex. The provincial government in BC takes a much more active role in training its municipal folks. So there's some good documentation that the BC government has produced. But these changes, I would say that the town did not necessarily understand what the CCDC contracts meant and what the options were. In particular, the town could have, with the 5B contract, they could have made the stipulation that we're going to do pre-construction, we'll make a decision as to whether we're proceeding. Then you had the option under that contract type to move to a stipulated price at any point. That was not offered as an option, and it was not in the RFP that the town actually wanted to go in that direction. So that risk, often the 5B is indicating that the construction manager is taking the risk on because of completion, etc. But the fact that it was never even contemplated, it indicates to me that I don't think the town understood what the CCDC 5B contract was. So there were changes. There's different elements to the contracts and when to use them. And what I would suggest is, as I indicated at one point, the Whitewater region had arranged some training with the AMCTO on procurement. I would suggest that these types of contracts also require some training for people that are dealing with them. To rely on a vendor to tell you what the elements and the criteria is inappropriate. Certainly, they've had experience in those contracts, but it was incumbent on the town to go out and get that independent advice on these contracts.
Councillor Andrew Dick.
So did the former Director of Recreation, did he speak to a lawyer? Did he go over the contract with the lawyer? And then if he did do that, did he report back to council and say, yeah, spoke with a lawyer, this is a good contract? Like, I'm just kind of wondering how that process went.
Through you, Chair, there were conversations. Certainly, the town's lawyer did give some advice in terms of proceeding in the various procurement avenues. There wasn't, I would say that there was some specific questions, so the lawyer answered the specific questions.
Okay. So no, sorry, so the lawyer never saw the contract?
So through you, Chair, the lawyer did see the contract
Okay.
after it was executed.
After it was executed? Got it. Okay, perfect, thank you. Not perfect, but thank you.
Councillor John MacDonald.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Was that the town's lawyer, or are we talking about a contract specialist? Who is he dealing with?
So I believe, and I'm not going to say what their specialty is, they do quite a bit of municipal. I do not believe that they're procurement specialists, but they do have people within it that have some expertise. I would suggest that when the town was contemplating a different type of contract that it had never done before, it was probably the time to get a procurement specialist lawyer, and there are some, certainly in my own experience. We had, at the County of Lanark, we had different lawyers for different things.
You can carry on.
Okay. So as you can see from this slide, and I did get this from the procurement office, they do quite a bit of good training just to illustrate, you know, what the different types of contracts that are available and where the risks lie. I guess the main thing that I would like to say is there was no risk assessment done on this project before signing the contract. So when things started to change, and of course the other challenge was this was being done in COVID times. And so things were changing fast in terms of how organizations were interacting. You know, Zoom meetings, all of those kinds of things, and supply chain issues, all of that were happening. There was a need at that point. As soon as the grant was awarded, the town needed to step back and say, okay, let's make sure we're ready for this, and finish the drawings and assess the risks of the various types of contracts. And I don't believe that the town was in a rush. From that perspective, the grant, as I said before, you could have had till 2027 to spend that money. So given the drawings were at the stage they were at, it was probably a time to say, let's step back, let's do pre-construction, and let's make sure that the drawings are ready before we move on to the next part of that contract. So in terms of the financial analysis of this project, you'll hear it during the root causes, but this was quite challenging. I mean, we finally got the information from VUTCON literally 2 days ago. We had been asking for their updated cost management report. Now, given that they've filed for substantial completion, oops, that they provided, it's an interim report because things are not finished. We did receive a bunch of information just 2 days. So I'm going to preface this that this is probably not final. This is our best information that we've just received from ButtCon literally on Tuesday. So the ButtCon forecast is $28.2 million of their piece. Of that, 8.8 million were change orders. So that's a fairly significant, that's almost 46% of the project original budget. The costs of Mattaway, which includes the 1.56 million that were paid directly to the town, that of course ButtCon also gets its fee on, is another 6 million estimate. And this again is an estimate. One of the practices that we've recommended that the town change is that it had not been charging staff time to this project. So that's raises two problems. Number one, you wouldn't have full cost for that asset. So under the Public Sector Accounting Board requirements, all of your costs should be allocated to that, and that includes studies that were done in prior years. Now, it probably was not handled from that perspective and put into work in progress. That's where it belonged from an accounting perspective. It probably didn't happen. But the time that staff were spending on the project is internal costs. They're still costs, and they were not charged to the project. And so to not hire external project managers with the idea that it's more expensive is not valid, because you're still spending, someone's time is still cost. It's an opportunity cost. It means that they're not doing something else. They weren't charged. I've estimated, and this is a very conservative estimate because I have not calculated all of the council time, the committee time that's spent on this project, that was at least $740,000 of staff time that was not charged to the project. And the problem is, as well, is that the OMPF, the Ontario Municipal Partnership Fund, which you get funding for, is now based on your asset management plan and replacement costs. So you want to make sure that your replacement costs are accurate, and that includes staff time. So in future, obviously, we're recommending that that be part of the process, which means you have to change some of your financial practices to be able to do that. So based on that, including those internal costs estimated at $35 million, that does not include the tennis courts. And the reason I've put the tennis courts in here is because the vision at the outset did not have the tennis courts moving. The tennis courts had to move based on the design. I have not been able to gain an understanding as to why they had to move. There was some conversations or requests from the architects to say, we assume you don't want to move the tennis courts, but that didn't happen in the design. The design also does not have, at this point, unless I'm unaware, any provision for a future pool. So, thank you. So the move of the tennis courts, and this is clear, this was not a request from the tennis club, from my understanding. This was due to the fact that the design and the cultural center was going to interfere with the existing tennis courts. So that was done by a combination of contractors and own sources. It was sold to council in that by using own sources, it will be cheaper. The original estimate that was presented in June 22nd, 2021 was that it would be between $500,000 and $799,000 from one quote. They actually was never gone out for a quote, so those, and it was decided to move forward. So it was done on its, with own forces to some degree. That was not tracked in any timesheets that we can find. So that is an estimate, again, from people that were around at the time using own sources. So that is an opportunity cost. It means that those people are not working on other things with respect to recreation. And I guess my concern, and it's been a practice of the town, and it's presented to be savings for the town if you do your own work, but you have no warranty on that work if the staff do that. So if the tennis courts start to crumble, and I understand there's already some issues, that you don't have the warranty. Because what are you going to do? You had internal staff do it, and there's no warranty on that. So it is a practice that you should be looking at differently in the future.
Councillor MacDonald was first, and we'll have Mayor Sidney.
Thank you, Chair, through you. Tammy, change orders, $9 million. A lot of it is because we didn't know what we wanted, right? There was no final package with regard to that. What would be considered normal? Like if you went in with a plan, this is the plan. Like I'm just looking for, from your end, this is the...
Just speak into the mic, John. This
is the plan. Sorry. What would be considered normal? That a plan is presented, this is what we're working with, and change orders.
Ooh, that's a hard question, sir. Change orders is probably one of the areas that procurement folks would say is the worst nightmare. But I would say that without final drawings, I would say the majority, and if you read some of even ButCon's submissions, scope creep was definitely a problem. What the issue I have with the way the reporting was done, and it really lands on an internal or town staff or your own project manager, is variance analysis should be done on a variety of methods. So is it unit costs? Is it labor costs? What is the contributing factor? And that has not been done.
Mayor Sidney?
Just going back to when you said did you say that the architect sent an email saying, I'm assuming you don't want to move the tennis courts? Was there a reply to that? You know?
I'm going to ask my friend John. I don't recall that. I do recall them asking, but it never actually, anything happened. Do you remember, John?
Tammy, no, I don't recall seeing a response back.
Thanks.
Okay, you can carry on.
Thank you. In terms of, this is just what is left from the town in terms of the remainder of the project. There is a variety of elements here. This does not include the debenture amounts. So there's a few items that have not been identified, that have not gone to tender, that are outstanding. There's a variety of small items. There's also the walking track membrane, which is estimated at $175,000. The big one that was not contemplated, similar, I guess, to the transformer issue, is the generator that is there now will not handle the load. And so very likely, from the estimates that the Director Aslan provided, he suspects it'll be in the $1 million range That sounds reasonable to me, but, until you actually go out and get a quote. My understanding is that that is not in the 2024 budget at this point. And so it might be a carryover, I guess. Obviously, if it's going, I heard some comments that it's going to become your emergency center, but I'm not sure. If it is, obviously you need a generator.
CEO Tremblay.
Just in terms of that, it is already our emergency evacuation center, so it's to continue that as its operation. Because of the significance of the size of the addition and the size of the building and the loads, the design is not complete. So once we have a fully completed design with full plans, so we can, sorry, I shouldn't laugh, that's terrible. So we can tender it on a fixed price. That's why it wasn't included in the 2024 budget, so that some of that finalization work is occurring. But it is pretty critical because it does have access to showers and the rest, so that in the event of a wide-scale emergency, either within the town or within the area, it likely would be used for that purpose. But the design on the generator or generators has not been completed, and once it is, then we'll bring forward a proposal from a budget perspective to council.
Thank you. Yeah, so there's a couple of other items that were identified in the 2024 budget. I don't know what the stage of the procurement is on those in terms of landscaping and paving, but obviously you need to, we're in Canada, we have to wait until you can actually do that, but I assume after, now that your budget is passed, that you're moving forward on a tender for that.
Just through you, for the public watching, those have actually been tendered, just weren't completed due to weather. The two that are remaining is there's an amount to just deal with furnishings, for instance, some of the program rooms where the bar for ballet had been removed as part of the project and needs to be there because it's a dance studio. And then the walking track membrane of 175 is in the budget and approved by council, and that will be tendered and installed when the ice is removed from the facility in August. So those will occur this year.
Yes, so in terms of adding those additional costs that are projected, the estimate is $37 million, and that turns out to be $365 a square foot. And in terms of funding sources, obviously you've got your grant. Reserve and taxation was identified for the tennis courts. And in Mattaway, some reserves were before 2023 were utilized to fund some of the expenses beforehand, and there's a variety of other reserves that have been identified, including an unallocated reserve at this point, and utilizing the contingency. On that basis of what I was provided, and I'm assuming that's going to be updated, that the remaining unfunded is $23.7 million. In discussions or in the budget process, I believe it was identified that it was estimated that the debenture would be $17 million. On that basis, if it was a 30-year process, or sorry, amortization, that amounts to $15.2 million in interest. So based on full cost, that would be a $53 million price tag in total. This slide, and I should have put a big red very preliminary slide on this one. I did want to show that based on the 2024 budget estimates, so the main difference, assuming that the revenue streams are as they are in that stream for 2024, that moving forward based on the debenture, if it was 17 million, that the net levy impact for your operating is $925,000 a year going forward. If you can increase your revenue streams, that would be good. I did not index this for inflation. One of the, obviously, in looking at your revenues, there should be an inflationary factor. The main thing here is that you need to, there's a need to assess the ongoing operating costs so that you can start to do a long-term financial plan on how to manage this facility as well as your other assets, which the town does not have right now. So I guess the question is, how did we get here? First and foremost, I want to say that I'm just reporting on what I know, and it's important that be based on what we've been able to access in terms of documents and been able to access in terms of interviews and people that were willing to speak with us. So there could be additions, changes in the final report, but I want to talk about basically what are the root causes. And why we like to look at root causes is if you don't know what the root cause is, you won't be able to understand it for the next project. Whether it be $1 million project or $35 million, understanding how you got here is important. So we've put them into groupings. It's similar to what we presented in December, so there's not anything specifically different in terms of what we presented. So I am going to go through sort of the groupings, but we talk about the governance of the project, the people in the organization, and how that impacted, how the external environment impacted the project, the measurements, both financial and project measurements and systems that were utilized, materials and policies, and finally, how things were done, which is our methods. So quickly, I'm going to ask my governance expert to walk through this relatively quickly, so if John wants to chime in.
Thanks, Tammy. So members of council, and certainly for the benefit of the audience, so the municipality is governed by a piece of legislation that the province passed. It's called the Municipal Act. And we're only going to identify some key aspects of the Act. The Act is rather comprehensive. It contains a lot of roles and responsibilities, and I just want to focus in on a few of them. Obviously, it does speak about the role of council. It also addresses the role of the chief administrative officer. It speaks of the role of the treasurer, and it also speaks of the role of the clerk. And I think the reason why we want to highlight these specifically is because in order for the municipality to function properly, there has to be a coordinated effort between council and its administration. If the council and the administration are functioning relatively well in terms of utilizing their skills and their ability and functioning within the context of the legislation, then things get done. And things will be monitored and they'll be managed effectively, etc. So Tammy, if you want to go to the next slide. So essentially what the role of council is it's defined within the context of the Act. So it's about managing and representing the interests of the public. So the well-being and the interests of the municipality. It's about evaluating the policies and programs of the municipality. So this oversight function. It also determines the type of services the municipality is going to provide. And you've gone through a couple of different service reviews over the last little while that allow you the opportunity to actually get engaged in understanding how those services get delivered and to what extent and at what level you want to deliver them. It's about ensuring that you've got the administrative policies, practices, and procedures. And above all, that you've got the controllership policies and practices and procedures in place to implement these of council. So the challenge that we have is, as we look at some of the issues that you've been dealing with, this is perhaps one of the largest pieces that has been missing with regards to the entire process. So when you look at your administrative policies and practices, a lot of them were outdated. They didn't reflect current requirements or current responsibilities. When you take a look at the controllership policies, certainly council wasn't exercising its controllership responsibilities to the extent that, in fact, you should have. And so when we go on, obviously, we're also talking about the types of things that are important from a public perspective, accountability and transparency. The Municipal Act speaks to the requirements of ensuring both accountability and transparency, and also to maintain the financial integrity of the municipality. So, you know, when we start off and we're looking at a project that at one point in time was, you know, $8 million, and now all of a sudden you're looking at a price tag of, you know, well over $50 million, sorry. You know, I mean, the question is, well, where is that financial integrity? Where's the oversight? Where's the responsibilities, and who's been exercising them, and how have they been exercised? Next slide, Tammy. So, you know, a lot of times we talk about the responsibility of delivering services in a business-like fashion. Well, if you think about the role of council, in essence, you are the board of directors for the municipality. And if you take any training and educational courses with regards to being on a board of directors, you'll find out that there's these three essential duties. One is the duty of care, and that's the legal responsibility to participate actively in making decisions on behalf of the organization. And quite frankly, that's a critical piece. In other words, it's about coming to the council meetings, being prepared, having read the materials, understanding the subject matter, and engaging actively in terms of trying to make the best decisions on behalf of the community. There's a duty of loyalty. And that duty of loyalty says that, you know what, you have to put the interests of the organization ahead of your own personal interests. And when you're acting on behalf of the organization, it's especially important in terms of the decision-making capacity. So the organization's needs come first over your own personal needs. And the last piece is the duty of obedience. And that duty of obedience really means that once decisions are actually being made, it's important for you to understand that you bear the legal responsibility to ensure that there's compliance with all of those decisions. So as a good example of that is, you know, we have things called the safe drinking water legislation. Ultimately, at the end of the day, when staff come forward and make recommendations to you as a council, you have the obligation to ensure that all of the regulatory requirements that are imposed upon safe drinking through the safe drinking legislation are actually being adhered to. So you hold your staff accountable to ensure that they're delivering on that from that particular aspect. Next slide, please. So, you know, when we look at things and we look at it through the lens of accountability, authority, responsibility, and transparency, accountability is really about how are we being answerable to the residents in terms of the actions or decisions that we've made. In terms of the authority, do we have the right to make those decisions in terms of taking that action? The third is the responsibility. Where's the obligation to ensure that the action has been taken? Again, it's about ensuring that your staff are delivering in terms of the decisions that council makes. And of course, the transparency piece is the principle that, you know, governments are going to conduct their business in an accessible, clear, and visible manner. So there are provisions within the Act that allow you to go in camera to deal with certain matters, but for the most part, once you come out of camera, you're disclosing what type of actions you're taking, and you're making it transparent to the public in terms of, you know, what that decision happens to be. Next slide. So, you know, one of the things that I think is critically important from a council perspective is this whole piece around the due diligence. And when you think about, you know, what municipal councils are, and you think about it as in the context of the council being the board of directors, every single director has a responsibility to one another in terms of exercising their due diligence, in terms of the care and the skills that they bring to the table. But you've got to do it in such a way that you're making informed decisions. So at the end of the day, are you asking the right questions? Are you ensuring that you're understanding what your responsibilities are relative to this? And at the end of the day, are you, when there is a doubt, are you able to sort of, hit the brakes and say, well, hang on a second, maybe we need to get a second opinion on this, or maybe we need to seek some, professional guidance and advice, if it's appropriate. So, again, council's got that fiduciary responsibility, and it's about acting, obviously, in good faith, being honest, acting with that degree of skill that, you have that objectivity when it comes to making those decisions, and obviously devoid of any conflicts of interest. So you've got to ensure that if you're in a conflict situation, that you're declaring that, you're stepping aside from, making those decisions. And you're obviously acting in the best interest of the municipality and within the context of what the legislation says. So, the Act also speaks in terms of what the responsibilities of the head of council are. And although the legislation is I'll suggest, rather weak, there's a move afoot, and you've obviously, most of you have heard about the strong mayor system. Well, it's moving forward to some municipalities in certain contexts in terms of their size and roles and responsibilities. But at the end of the day, the head of council is really one individual. That individual exercises their responsibility as the chief executive officer of the municipality. They preside over the council meetings. They're there to provide leadership and to represent the municipality. And so if there's other pieces of legislation that actually empower the mayor or the head of council to do other things, then obviously that's a responsibility that they take on as well. Next slide. So one of the essential pieces in terms of holding councils accountable is the fact that, there's a code of conduct. And typically, the code of conduct gets established for the purposes of ensuring that there's a degree of fairness, there's a degree of accountability, there's a degree of professionalism in terms of the way council members conduct their business, how they interact with one another, and how they interact with staff. Next piece. And certainly, there's a number of policy requirements that suggest that, municipalities should be considering policies. If they don't currently exist within the municipality, then they should be actually contemplated. And council should be asking their staff to bring policies forward so that you can have the robust debate, you can have the community weigh in on those policies, and you can have the policies adopted through a transparent process. And one of those policies is really a critical one, and it's the procurement of goods and services. One of the things that I would suggest is the procurement of goods and services from a policy perspective was something that was very weak prior to the arrival of your CAO. It took over 18 months for your former administration to actually get council to adopt an update to the procurement policy. And that update to the procurement policy was only in relation to issues around the Ontarians with Disabilities legislation. So, from a perspective of ensuring that policies are in place, that's a role that council has to play, and you have to ask those questions. You should be insisting on ensuring that there's a routine and regular review of policies and legislation. Next slide, please. So the role of the CAO. It was clear during our conversations and discussions and interviews that we held, especially with the former council members, that the existing structure that was in place with the senior management team had been crumbling over a period of time. There was a significant amount of turmoil at that level, and there was a need for the municipality to move in a different direction. and you had a consultant come in, undertake a review, and guide the previous council through the exercise to actually retain the services of a chief administrative officer. It's not a mandatory position. I personally believe that it should be in every community. There should be a CAO, and typically the CAO is the only employee that reports directly to council. There are some statutory officers, such as the treasurer and the clerk, who do have that reporting relationship as well, but it's typically the CAO who is the sole employee of the council. Next piece. And so let's talk a little bit about what the role of the clerk is. So the clerk has a number of responsibilities. And the reason why we're emphasizing this is because you're going to see later on in certain recommendations that come out that we're going to speak about, some of these responsibilities actually helping to improve some of the processes and systems that you have. So as an example, the clerk's duty is to record without note or comment all of the resolutions, decisions, and proceedings of council. That means that it's not the role of the clerk to write he said, she said within the commentary section of the minutes. It's about what transpired. What was the purpose of that motion, and is it well articulated? Does it address exactly what council's decision was? It's also important to record votes, because you're going to have, and you've already experienced this in the a bit over a year in terms of your role, that you do have recorded votes, because you want to hold each other accountable, but you also want to be transparent in terms of how you vote and for what reason. It also speaks to the importance of record keeping, and certainly this has been a struggle in terms of this particular project, is getting access to all of the records and the information that should be part of this review process. So again, it's the responsibility of the clerk to maintain that. And there's other duties that get assigned through other pieces of legislation, such as Municipal Elections Act, Municipal Freedom of Information. And so there's a responsibility for the preservation of records. And at the end of the day, those records have a different time frame in terms of when they can be destroyed. So, you should have a records policy in place, and it should address everything from not just paper records, but electronic records, etc. So, it's important in terms of having that type of transparency in terms of the information process. So when we get to the role of officers and employees, it's essential to understand the role of the officers and employees is really to implement council's decision. So you have these officers in place, and they have actual administrative responsibilities and procedures that they should be carrying out on behalf of council to ensure that they are delivering on what the expectations of council are. They're also responsible for undertaking research and policy advice. So at the end of the day, it's not about council undertaking that research, but it's a direction back to staff to say, staff, can you please undertake this research and come back in terms of options that we can consider relative to a policy that we're looking at. And that's critically important, because, you hire professional people, you should hold them accountable for delivering, at the end of the day, what their responsibilities are. Next slide. So, here's the role of the treasurer at the end. And you can see that, with regards to the role of the treasurer, it is very precise. It's spelled out in terms of the collecting the money that's payable to the municipality, issuing receipts, depositing, ensuring that, that individual is dealing with the financial institution that's designated by the municipality, paying the debts. Whether it's short-term debts or long-term debts, ensuring that, the municipality is being addressed in that fashion. Maintaining accurate records. Obviously, the records and accounts are going to be audited on an annual basis, but it's important if the treasurer isn't maintaining those records in an accurate fashion, well, it's going to add to your cost in terms of undertaking the audits as they proceed. And providing, and this is the emphasis that we want to make, is it's about providing council with the information with respect to the financial affairs of the municipality as it is required or as council requests. There are going to be times that, you know what, if this is a major project and this is a undertaking of significance, then clearly there's an obligation there to come forward with regular routine reporting to say, what's the status? Where do we stand today? On a monthly basis. And, your CAO alluded to the fact that, if you're doing variance reporting and other things along those lines, there's a mechanism in place that is ensuring that information is flowing on a regular basis to council. And that's one of the downsides to this particular project is there wasn't a great deal of financial information flowing to council in a reasonable fashion and on a timely basis. And so with that, Tammy, I'll take the next slide. So, there are a number of principles in terms of administrative fairness that when we undertake these kind of approaches, we look at, was there authority that was assigned in terms of undertaking some of the actions? Was there a consistency in terms of, standards that were being adhered to? What were the procedures that were in place? How well was the decision-making seeking out input in terms of moving forward? The communication piece is certainly an important one in terms of looking at, transparency and the sharing of information. We looked at, the way people were treated. Was it impartial? Was there equity in terms of the treatment? And is the organization looking at a state of continuous improvement? How are things being evaluated? Is it, continuous improvement throughout the process, or do you wait and sort of undertake an exercise similar to what we're doing today in terms of looking at, what went wrong and possibly what went right? And what's the complaint resolution process in terms of reviewing that process? Next slide, Tammy. So I'm going to skip over this because it does cover off some of the information on the previous slide as well. So Tammy, you want me to run through these?
Yeah, please.
Okay, so I'm going to focus in terms of two particular areas. One is the finding, and the other one is the recommendation. So, when we looked at this particular project under the governance piece, we saw limited reporting and decisions being made without full disclosure. And so what does that mean? Well, quite often, there were a lack of regular detailed written reports, both to committees as well as to council. In a lot of instances, what was happening is we were seeing verbal presentations being made. So in fairness, there was some disclosure that was taking place, but it didn't give council or the committee the opportunity to review the documentation, understand it, thoroughly vet it, and then ask the appropriate questions. So you do have in your procedural bylaw a requirement for reports that go to committees and council that they should be in written format. Unfortunately, that wasn't being enforced. So the recommendation is that you have to implement a project management model for the town that requires a monthly or more frequent written reporting to either a committee or to council without exception. So when you undertake these kinds of major projects, it's imperative that council or the committee are getting written detailed reports, because you know what, memories fade over time, and it becomes a he said, she said. And quite frankly, when we interviewed former council members, there was a loss of information. Some of them could recall what transpired, others couldn't. And so, how do you verify that? If it's in writing and it's presented in writing, then it's a lot easier to have the kind of conversation that we're having today, as a matter of fact. The second one was the public and stakeholders weren't sufficiently consulted through the design phase, and it was a promise for an aquatic facility in phase 2. Again, there were some open houses, but when we looked at documentation, first of all, there was no record of who appeared at those open houses, so we couldn't evaluate were all of the stakeholders present. We did find information throughout the exercise that there was almost like a divide and conquer approach, that at times certain groups were being met with privately or separately, and other groups were being met with separately. Rather than bringing the groups together and having a more robust conversation in terms of what's the vision of this project going to be. So for every future project, we're recommending that their stakeholder consultation exercise, along with a rather robust communication strategy, be approved by council before commencing. So that's a critical piece in terms of going forward. Every project should have that stakeholder consultation exercise and the communication component attached to it.
Just hold on one
Council.
sec, John. We just
Yeah.
have a question from
Yeah.
Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Chair, through you. Thank you, John. With regard to what you just talked about, lack of accountability and transparency, the first section, staff were not held accountable under the requirements by procedural bylaw. And in reading everything else you had about due diligence and all that, we failed so badly in terms of a town. There may have been moments of excellence, but we certainly didn't have a culture of excellence, and it's frustrating to listen to all this stuff. Who's responsible? And I mean, I know who it is, but I want you, with your findings and your research, who allowed this to happen where we didn't have staff held accountable? Go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you for the question. That's a difficult question to answer in terms of putting our finger specifically on a individual. I would suggest to you that the accountability piece is owned jointly by the entire council. And part of it is perhaps a lack of understanding of council members in terms of the governance model. So you have really two pieces here at work. You have the governance model that council has, and they have standing committees and also ad hoc committee. And as part of the exercise, there should have been a more rigorous exercise applied by council members to understand what are their roles and responsibilities on these committees. You know, how do they hold staff accountable for the delivery of information? So when the former director is providing more verbal reports as opposed to written reports, what's that mechanism that should be triggered to say, hang on a second, you know, as a committee, we have the responsibility to understand what this topic and this issue is all about. And if we're not getting that information in writing, I'm not going to accept it verbally. So there should have been some pushback, in my view, of the council members towards the senior staff that didn't do that. There were instances that we watched other committees where other directors were obligated to bring reports. And so I'm going to suggest to you that there was an appearance of some favoritism that was directed towards the former director in terms of not holding that individual accountable to the same standard that perhaps other directors were. And so, you know, when we talk about the financial piece, when you think about the responsibilities of the treasurer to report on written reports, to provide a financial assessment of those written reports, well, if you're not getting written reports and you're just getting verbal reports, how do you insist that the treasurer provide that kind of guidance in that direction? So, you know, it was a failure of adhering to your own procedural bylaw that allowed the organizational model, the senior management team, to slip because no one was holding them accountable. Council directly wasn't holding them accountable. And so as a result of that, there was some evidence that they were afraid to hold each other accountable because there was pushback and to some extent perhaps some bullying that was taking place in terms of, you know, this is my territory, this is your territory. Stay in your own swim lane would be the expression I would use.
Follow-up, Councillor McDonald.
Thank you. Just a statement. Ultimately, it comes down to leadership, and I think we lacked good, strong leadership. Thank you.
Councillor Andrew Dick.
Thank you. Just thank you through, Chair. So just to follow up, John, if you don't mind, you said that there was favoritism towards the former director of recreation. Was that favoritism from the mayor, from council as a whole, from staff? Could you just elaborate on that a little more because it was kind of a vague?
Sure.
Thank you.
So, you know, during the exercise, we reviewed, as Tammy alluded to, probably close to or over 80,000 documents. And in those documents were a series of different email messages, you know, notes, etc. And so I'm going to suggest to you that, you know, it's a challenging situation when you have a director who is responsible for, delivering services of a parks and recreation nature. And then you have council members who have outside interests relative to the community. When I say outside, they're members of, different fundraising groups, they're members of different festival committees, etc. Well, it wasn't uncommon for us to see emails being sent from council members to the former director saying, is it possible for us to meet with you? We need to talk about, X, Y, and Z in relation to the following festival that's coming up or the following event that's coming up. And so that working relationship became more of a personal relationship in a lot of instances. And I think it's almost that quid pro quo approach that, well, he's doing us a favor. I'm not going to really exercise too much. I'm not going to come down hard on him. So he did a verbal report this time, and it should have been a written report. We'll let it slide. And the more times you let that slide, the more it becomes commonplace. And that was what we tended to see. It was becoming more commonplace to see, just presentations at councils as opposed to a formal written report. And so the question and the challenge then becomes, does that put all of the council members on the same footing? Or are certain council members at an advantage because they're part of a smaller group that's actually more informed about the process? And so, that kind of issue is prevalent. And we saw a number of those emails from different council members at different times exercising their outside interests, I would call it, to ensure that the director was actually able to help them in terms of their ventures.
Okay, you can continue on, John.
Okay. So when we talk about lack of accountability, obviously the tenders and the results, they didn't follow what would be seen as sort of the best practices or normal public procurement process practices. So there were a number of times that, we didn't see the evaluation criteria. We knew it should be there. We heard presentations being made to council where, the former director would indicate that, yes, we did a robust evaluation process, and yes, we had criteria, and we'd have council members asking the question, well, can we see that? Is that available to us? Are you going to provide that after the fact? And the responses were verbal all the time. Sure, yeah, not a problem. We'll get that to you. Well, when we followed up with council members about that, almost literally everyone to a T said, no, I never saw any follow-up information. So the question is, how do you hold people accountable? So in terms of that procurement process, we're suggesting that obviously the procurement policy and procedures need to be included in a manual. There needs to be training. There needs to be guidelines with regards to how things get advertised. And there needs to be an understanding as to what are the trade agreements that we're required to abide by. What is the standard processes that we should be following here? And the team, being the treasurer and the clerk, should be part of that process. If the CAO isn't sitting in on those, then clearly the treasurer and probably another senior member of the team should be part of the opening process. There are places where council members sit in on that exercise. I'm not suggesting that needs to be the approach, but there should be at least a robust process that ensures that there's a vetting exercise that's happening and that there's clarity around what those expectations are of your senior people.
If I may jump in too, John, on that note, even the procurement policy that was in place before the new one, which was actually quite old and outdated and actually quite poor, it actually had a requirement that the treasurer be part of every procurement process and that a member of council be present during openings. That didn't happen. So that was in the prior procurement policy. So I just wanted to add that yes, we're suggesting you need to update it, but the prior procurement policy was not followed.
So the next finding is the fact that the type of contract that actually came into effect was a contract that wasn't fully disclosed at the council table. So, we saw emails with regards to that information. We saw a presentation that spoke about the fact that this was going to be a CCDC 5B, but there was no real education on the part of council to understand, well, what are the implications? What are the pros and cons of going down this path? And certainly, that information was available. There's no question about it. We saw that information. It came from a proponent in terms of recommending moving in that direction. And so, the sharing of that kind of information would have helped council understand, well, what are we actually getting into? So as part of the committee's terms of reference, there should be a requirement that the reporting regarding procurement and contracts be reviewed before an award. So in other words, when written reports are done and a procurement process is followed and it's well documented in the context of a report, it gives the committee an opportunity to raise their questions. Be satisfied, ensure that you've got the information that you need in order to make an informed decision. That wasn't happening. And so it's important for going forward that those written reports be developed at the same time that there be ample opportunity for council and the committee to actually evaluate that information, to understand what is it that we're getting into and what are the implications, and are there any other alternatives or options relative to that.
Yeah, and if I can just add, in terms of this, we believe this whole issue, because it was not posted on a public bid site, is the reason you only got 3 bids. A construction management contract would have attracted a lot more competition if it had been done in accordance with public procurement practices.
Councillor John McDonald.
Thank you, through your chair. If it's not posted where it should be, how's the information getting to the people that are putting the bids in? Is someone on staff contacting these separate businesses and asking them to put in? Can you elaborate, please?
Yes, through you to Chair. So all of the procurements that we identified were directly issued from staff to the companies. They were not, from what we can tell, were not posted on Bidingo, bids and tenders. I don't believe that the town had even a subscription to those until the CAO Trombley started. And that is a requirement of the size of project that you had, was a requirement of the international trade agreements.
Councillor Andrew Dick.
So the former recreation director was the one sending out these invites.
In some cases, sir, in some cases, yes. In some cases, actually, I think the architects assisted.
Okay.
As well.
Okay. So I'm just curious, this is a multi-million-dollar facility. It's a construction job. But yet, we're allowing, I'm just trying to choose my words wisely. We're allowing a recreation person to oversee a construction job at cost plus. Okay. I just don't understand that, but I just wanted to clarify that. It's okay, thanks.
You can carry on, John.
So again, emphasizing the fact that clearly the contract was not something that was approved in open council. The final contract, although it was forwarded to legal for review, it was done after the fact. It should have actually being precipitated as part of the process prior to council approving the bylaw. So that vetting process really should have happened. And so the recommendation is that there should be a requirement that all those with purchasing responsibilities, first and foremost, understand the nature of the projects that they're procuring for, understand procurement contract management and get that training, and ensure that they continue to keep that skill set up to date. So you do have a position in terms of purchasing coordinator. That position should oversee all of the contracts, and the treasurer should also be part of that exercise in terms of the evaluation and the analysis that's necessary in terms of bringing that information forward to council through a report. The next one is, obviously, there was limited public sponsorship and public leasing. What we mean by that was that the public and the transparency associated with the procurement of sponsorships and leasing really should have been tackled from a different perspective. It needed to be transparent. It needed to be open. It needed to be something that, council first and foremost vetted prior to it going out into the public domain. Now, we know that there was a policy, a brochure that was developed. That brochure went to the committee, to the ad hoc committee. Not sure that that brochure was ever seen by council members formally. But certainly one of the things is that, that's the kind of document that when it comes to naming rights and it comes to sponsorship activities, there should be a policy in place. And, most municipalities today, if they're going to entertain even advertising on their arena boards, will have a policy in place that speaks to how are we going to do it, how's it going to be transparent, and how are we going to deal with the requirements associated with that. And so we're recommending that you develop a policy around sponsorships and leasing, and that, in fact, it should be a transparent, open procurement exercise. And there should also be a fairness monitor, an outside firm to evaluate these types of procurement activities. In the event there's any challenges or issues, there needs to be a mechanism available to you to be able to sort of adjudicate, well, did we do it appropriately? Did we follow our own rules relative to the exercise at hand?
Yeah, and if I can follow up, fairness monitor is typically an accountant or an investigator or a procurement specialist. And the reason we're recommending that is you are a small town, and this is a way to make it objective and you can step back. And I just wanted to add to that sponsorship package, I believe, had the amounts in it, as opposed to going out to public and seeing what you could get for the sponsorships, as opposed to this is what we're looking for. And that's the more recommended and what most municipalities do today.
Councillor Andrew Dick.
Thank you, through you, Chair. So just to confirm, the former Director of Recreation was going out and getting sponsorships and advertising. Okay, so I have a serious question here. So the former Director of Recreation was going out and selling sponsorship. He was doing the contracts. He was going out and getting bids. It seems like he was doing everything. So my question is, do you know who was running the rec center at this time? Do we know who was doing that? Because it seems like, yeah, do we know who was running the rec center at this time?
So through you, Chair, I would suspect that he has people that he trusted that helped that, but I would argue that the amount of time that this would have taken would be a full-time job. So I think there would be a concern.
And just to clarify, and correct me if I'm wrong, the former recreation director also owns Eastern Rink Services, which is a full-time job. Is that correct, or am I off base?
I'm not sure that it would be a full-time job,
Okay.
but it is a business on.
But it is a business,
Yeah.
and he has worked with that business. Okay, thank you.
CEO Tremblay.
Through you, Mr. Chair, under the old staffing model, that team was led by 3 folks. So yes, there was a director, there was also a facilities recreation coordinator and a programmer. We've since changed that and have a dedicated, very similar but different folks in those roles.
Okay, John, you can continue.
So the next issue is what we heard through our conversations and interviews with the former council members, and that was that this project was being pitched as being a zero impact to the taxpayers. There's questions with regards to, you know, I mean, what that actually meant. However, you know, I mean, I think Tammy demonstrated in the previous slides, you know, in terms of what the potential future costs of this facility, just the operating costs alone, might be relative to, you know, the town's obligations. In addition to that, you had the JF group back in 2012 that were retained to actually do an evaluation as to say, okay, well, so what's the cost going to be? Not just in terms of the capital, but what are some of the ongoing costs associated with either of the options that you're looking at? And so at the end of the day, you know, when you're undertaking a procurement project of this magnitude, it's really critical to have the treasurer to provide that type of analysis or to seek the professional assistance in evaluating, well, what are the revenue streams? Are they legitimate? Are they overstated? Are they understated? You know, have we thought about the issues relative to, you know, a risk assessment associated with this? So again, it's just a strategy in terms of ensuring the council has the most robust information available to you before you make a decision. You know, in the absence of that, the question is, was the former director of recreation, in a position to be offering financial advice? Because that's what it appeared when he was making those verbal presentations and presenting schedules in terms of what the potential revenue streams were. Now, do you feel confident that that information is based on you know, his past experience, or are you basing it on some actual information that you should have had to be able to evaluate that effectively and make the appropriate decisions? That's the issue.
Councillor John MacDonald.
Thank you, through your chair. John, was there treasurer input with regard to that statement in terms of a zero impact to the taxpayer? And do we know where the origins of this statement start to take place from?
So that's an interesting question. Thanks for the question. I would suggest you that the origins of the statement seem to be politically motivated relative to, you know, the project would not proceed if in fact we couldn't justify or demonstrate that it would be a zero impact to the taxpayers. However, I'm going to say that I can't say conclusively that the treasurer was behind the evaluation of the full set of numbers. I think information may have been presented to the treasurer, but I don't know if I ever saw a statement that came from the treasurer, the former treasurer, that actually stated that he agreed that it would be a zero impact to the taxpayer. That was a political statement. That was a political pitch. And that's where it originated, and that's where it continued to evolve and reside.
Oh, and if I may add to that, the challenge was that the operating costs were not known, and the budgets that those were based on were unrealistic. So, you know, you've got this study in 2012, and you're using capital costs that are unrealistic, which meant that even the debenture amounts at the time that were presented were unrealistic because the amount that you would need for the debenture was unrealistic. The rates at the time were not updated, so it was based on what was occurring during COVID. It was the last rate that I think was received. There should have been a sensitivity risk analysis done. What happens if rates increase 1%, 2%, 3%, 5%, which everyone during COVID had an inkling that inflation was going to go through the roof, and that interest rates are going to have to increase. Every economist during that time said, if you're buying a house, you better do it now because rates are going up. They have to, because it was uncontrollable, and that's how, from a monetary policy, how you handle inflation, and it was not dealt with.
Okay, John, you continue on.
Thank you. Next slide, Tim. So in terms of findings, obviously the ad hoc committee being formed in 2017 only had partial terms of reference at that time. They were updated following the 2018 municipal election. But I would argue that they did not fulfill the mandate, but they shut down without a final report or formal transfer to the Parks and Recreation and Facilities Committee. So, your procedural bylaw, although somewhat outdated, it did contain the provisions that said in order for an ad hoc committee to be wound down, it is required to essentially develop a final report detailing its accomplishments, and then it's reporting back to council, and the council then makes the determination as to what's the status of the committee going forward. So, again, there was a requirement there to enforce the procedural bylaw. The challenge is, obviously, I would suspect, and I'm speculating here because of our conversations that we had previously with other former council members, that some of the council members felt that, the ad hoc committee was done. Once the application went in for the grant, it was now their mandate was finished. I would suggest to you, I don't believe that was necessarily the case. If that's what the belief was, it should have come back to council to say, should we wind this committee down now, or should we actually transition some of the terms of reference over to the Parks and Recreation and Facilities Committee? Because that clearly should have occurred. There should have been an actual elevation or escalation of the urgency and the importance of the Mattaway project in terms of the agenda for that particular standing committee. So we're suggesting that the clerk obviously needs to be the enforcer of the procedural bylaw and needs to ensure that the terms of reference are followed. And in addition to that, one of the worst things that most municipalities suffer from is the failure to sunset their advisory committees. Once the advisory committee reaches a conclusion and reports back out, then there should be a sunset provision that winds them down and ends their responsibilities. But in this case, our suggestion is that they didn't meet their responsibilities. We also noted that although there were many reports to the ad hoc and the Parks and Recreation Committee and Council, a lot of them were actually verbal in nature. And to the ad hoc committee, a lot of times that the communication was actually in the form of emails. Based on what we had seen in terms of the emails, the clerk actually, on a number of occasions, had to remind the former director that there was criteria within the procedural bylaw that required certain notice periods in order to hold a meeting. It wouldn't be uncommon for the former director to send out an email on a Friday suggesting that Monday morning that there should be a meeting of the ad hoc advisory committee because he needed to deal with something. And the clerk would remind the former director, to say, hey, listen, that's not in keeping with our procedural bylaw. We're required to give at least 48 hours of clear working notice, and we're not using the weekend relative to do that. So, you have to change the date if you're going to hold a meeting. And so this wasn't being enforced and supported in terms of the chairs or the clerk. And so our recommendation is, again, it speaks to the need for written reports, and it also speaks to the need for minutes of the meetings to reflect the appropriate discussions and the staff direction. Because even at the council meeting, when council was meeting as a committee of the whole, or at least the concept was that they were meeting as a committee of the whole, there were specific questions being asked of the former director. That should have been put in the form of a council direction saying that the director be required to provide a written report relative to the following information. That wasn't being enforced, that wasn't being asked. there was remember what I said earlier in terms of there seemed to be this preferential treatment to this particular director that, you were allowing that, or the council was allowing that director to actually, move in a different direction than what the procedural bylaw required. So again, our suggestion is you really, if you're going to pass a procedural bylaw, you need to understand what it is and you need to enforce it and ensure that it's being followed. The next item is, again, reports were incomplete. There were no status reports. And again, this became an issue. And we saw that during our review of some of the meetings in terms of the YouTube meetings relative to the project updates. And so as an example, there was a council member, and I think it might have been actually Reeve Iman that actually asked this particular question. And it goes back, I think, to January of 2021, where the question was about the reporting mechanism in terms of not getting the ButCon reports. Well, the director's response in that regard was something to the effect that, well, if you're interested, I can provide you with access to the portal so you can actually go in and take a look at the reports that ButCon's providing. And so it was almost like a deflection of responsibility. And rather than taking the onus on the director in terms of ensuring that those reports were produced and printed and provided to council, it was almost like, well, if you're interested, then here's where you can find that information. And to us, when we read that and we saw that, that certainly wasn't appropriate. And it certainly wasn't in meeting with what the criteria of a professional project management individual would do. So again, we're suggesting that any project manager should be required to follow all of the project management fundamentals and ensure monthly reports, which includes the earned value analysis relative to that.
I have a question from Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, through you, Chair. And John, I'll direct it towards you. Two questions for the first one. Did the clerk ever report issues to council leadership if he was having problems? Because ultimately, council directs staff. So was there any issues reported to council leadership? The second one is, if anything was reported, was there ever any corrective measures taken with regard to issues that were starting to surface with the previous director? Go ahead, please.
Yeah, thanks for the question. I'm going to suggest that I can't state with 100% certainty, but I vaguely recall that when there were emails sent that certain council members were copied or included in those discussions. And I know that, again, in our interviews with the former clerk, that it was made clear to us that that information was brought forward to council leadership on a number of instances, and there was a degree of frustration in terms of, well, don't worry about it, we'll get it eventually kind of thing. So when information was lagging and wasn't happening on a timely basis, that, eventually the hope was that it would surface sooner or later. And so was it enforced by the council leadership? I would suggest no. But at the same time, I think the clerk did make an effort to raise it. I also know that certainly there was a degree of frustration at the senior management table. As an example, we do know that at one point in time, there were at least 3 sets of minutes of the Recreation Committee that were being held by the former director and not being transmitted to the clerk. But we saw it recorded in the senior management team minutes, but we didn't see what the response was relative to, the back and forth between the principals.
Follow-up, please.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Within the same one, you use the term not enforced by the chairs or the clerk. Chairs is plural. Can you identify who we're talking about, please? Are there several different issues with different chairs?
Yeah, there would be several. So as an example, there would be a chair of the ad hoc committee, which was the mayor at the time, Don Eady. Then there would be the chair of the Parks and Recreation Facilities Committee, which would be Tom Sidney. And then there would be the chair of council, which again falls on the shoulders of the mayor in terms of chairing the council meetings. So, there were at least 2 chairs involved in the exercise.
Okay, John, you can continue.
Thank you. So on this particular slide, essentially what we're getting back to is that JF Group study, which talked about, what the potential costs would be. And it also went through a number of iterations in terms of looking at the ultimate costs. And so what we're really saying here is we're trying to reemphasize the fact that a risk assessment or a similar exercise to what the JF Group did back in 2012 would have been a very helpful exercise, and it probably would have put to rest that conversation about the 0% tax impact to the taxpayers, because you would have had a better evaluation and better information going forward as a council to make decisions. And that's really where, I think Tammy and I are emphasizing is the due diligence at the front end of the exercise could have saved a lot of heartache down the road. And again, during some of the presentations, this whole thing about 0% tax increase was based on unsubstantiated numbers and unrealistic cost projections. I'm not going to get into the entirety of that, but again, there was no effort to go back. Once the CCDC 5B contract was awarded, there was no effort to go back to make a determination to say, well, is that 0% tax increase still, relevant in terms of these conversations that we're having for the new facility? So again, it goes back to the need for a risk assessment. In terms of the original scope, again, here's the big challenge from a governance perspective. You need to know what it is that you're building. And back in 2012, the vision was far different than it turned out to be in 2021. And so as a result of that, you've got this lack of a final drawings that added to the scope creep. And we're going to talk about a little bit later in terms of the fact that, what seemed to be driving a lot of this particular issue was the concerns around the grant funding. There seemed to be this idea that if we create more commercial space or retail space, that somehow, those revenues are going to, be a windfall to us. As a matter of fact, there was even suggestions in some of the presentations that were made that the municipality was going to make money on the commercial space, which, didn't, take into consideration any of the, operating costs as well as the debenture costs. Certainly, that was problematic. So prior to the commencement, obviously, of a project of this magnitude, it's important, it's critical. What are you building? And get agreement around the council table to say, this is the project that we are committing to. That never happened. That there was nothing that really suggested that council knew exactly what it was going to be building. The council heard elements of it through presentations and stuff like that, but no one ever stepped back and said, okay, so show us exactly what it is that we're building, and is this what we're all in agreement that we should be building? Again, this speaks to the whole issue in terms of the continued challenges in terms of moving, in terms of the growth of the project. And again, professional project management along with a committed governance structure will help future projects to avoid it and curtail this whole question around scope creep and cost overruns. And again, the whole question around cost overruns was who was actually authorizing them. Certainly, we didn't see the kind of engagement that one would expect that the Parks and Recreation Committee would be engaged in to say, yeah, we're authorizing this particular cost overrun, or we've considered the factors relative to this. Can we change the design or move in a different direction? None of that conversation really was documented that we could see. And again, so the pressures to commence and complete the project were evident. We heard that from a number of folks that we actually interviewed, including folks that were in the industry. There was, some conversations out in the industry saying that, this was, being driven largely through pressures to get it done. It's been on the books for such a long time. They've had so many starts and stops that at this point in time, we need to get it done. The concern that really we want to emphasize here is the fact that even though the grant funding was approved and received, the concept behind the grant funding that was being advanced by the town was the fact that you needed to get it done by 2023. And that also added to the sense of urgency, even though we know that 2027 was the timeline that was you were permitted in terms of incurring costs associated with that. So again, the town could have averted that by getting the drawings complete, making sure that the vision was well documented, and then vetting that information both through a legal process as well as through a risk assessment. And so the approval of the grant should have provided relief and more time to complete those drawings. Instead, it created what looked like to be the spark to say, let's get it done, we need to move faster. And so that was somewhat problematic. And there was no real vetting of that information by the committee.
We have a question from Councillor McDonald. Sorry.
Sorry.
Thank you, Chair, through you. And John, probably directed towards you. You talked about there was evidence that one of the partners threatened to pull funding if the project did not commence by September 2022. Are you able to identify who that is?
Sure. So the partner in question was the Second Ice Committee. So there was a communication that was drafted. I don't have the date in front of me right now. Maybe Tammy recalls what the date was. But what the committee did, what the Second Ice Committee did is they sent in correspondence that basically said if council can't, I'm paraphrasing here, but basically if council can't see fit to moving forward before the end of its term of council, so it would have been probably in the late summer, early fall of 2022, then we're going to actually redirect the funding that we have for the that we've collected in terms of the Second Ice Committee and transfer those funds to other projects that are more in keeping with the direction that we'd like to see. So it was a veiled threat in essence. Now, I'm going to suggest to you that there have been some conversations that we've had relative to that communication, and some have suggested that perhaps that was penned by a former staff member or supported by a former staff member in terms of trying to accelerate and get the project moving forward.
Okay, you can continue on, John.
Okay, thank you. So the pressure to commence, while there was a requirement for a communications plan, clearly that was one of the big faux pas. A number of the stakeholders that we spoke to indicated that they felt isolated, that they felt that the town failed in terms of keeping them abreast in terms of what was happening. A lot of them said that the only time they found out information was when they read it in the local media or heard it on the local radio. So as part of this process, it's important that project management professionals know that communication is a part of the actual plan. And in future, obviously, you should have a well-documented, well-thought-out strategy to deal with your stakeholders through a communication strategy. And so one of the issues was the change from the stipulated price to the CCDC 5B. So, and again, we did find indications that the recommendation or the suggestion actually came from a particular vendor who was at that particular point in time still involved in the bidding on the project and was certainly very instrumental, I would suggest, in terms of providing convincing arguments as to why the town should move in that particular direction. and again, it speaks to the issue about having an impartial person that's leading the exercise to understand, when someone is trying to convince them to move in a particular direction and what their motivation might be relative to that. And so part of the training in terms of procurement needs to understand all different types of contracts and understand, as part of the risk assessment process, what are some of the pitfalls of each of those particular projects and contracts, and to establish, obviously, mitigation strategy around the risks that are identified. And so the next one is we're going to talk about people organization in terms of the root causes. So again, I'm going to focus in terms of the findings just very briefly. Again, the lack of having a professional project manager has really been, a key concern or key problem. Given the magnitude of this particular project, although the former director may have been involved in some of these types of projects previously, unless this is your livelihood, unless this is something that you do on a regular basis, building a garage or building a shed or building a house is different than the responsibilities that are assigned with regards to this particular project. And so we're really recommending that in future, the town really should consider retaining a professional project manager. If you don't have the skill sets in-house, it's well worth the investment. And obviously, it's something that could help mitigate some of the concerns or problems that arise over the course of the project, having someone with the right skills and the right ability to move that project forward. Next slide. So again, one of the challenges that we saw was that the former director had a number of business interests while employed by the town. And in addition to having those businesses, he also established personal relationships with a number of the vendors. And so, you do have a code of conduct. Prior to the former director's arrival at the town, the code of conduct was in place. I believe it was 2012 was when the code of conduct was put in place. And so there's a requirement for disclosure. There's a requirement from refraining from any businesses that might interfere or might provide benefit to the employee. And certainly there's an obligation as a public servant to ensure that there's transparency and that the process is handled as ethically as possible. So the procurement policy, as well as the code of conduct, should be updated and signed off on an annual basis. And one of the recommendations that's coming forward is that there should be a fraud prevention and whistleblower policy implemented following this particular project. So over the course of the project, again, there's a variety of different procurement issues. There are a few examples from vendors to wait until the drawing that was suggested that perhaps the town should wait until the drawings are complete so that they could avoid the challenges associated with the winter construction, especially heating costs, digging footings in the middle of the winter, etc. Again, with a professional project management professional, these are the kind of risks that would be evaluated and assessed and determined whether, in fact, the costs associated with them are worth the risks that you're undertaking. And so, again, it comes back and it speaks to the need for that professional project person. The management model. So again, as I spoke previously, the management model had been appeared that it was in decline for several years, and that there was a level of frustration amongst the council members themselves as to how it was functioning or not. And at one point in time, we did, through the exercise, Director Aslan did identify issues, particularly at the outset of the project, that were ignored, including, by elected officials. Certainly, we've seen emails that were sent to, folks within the organization by the director expressing concerns about the nature of the contract in large part, but a whole variety of different considerations. Now, keep in mind that Director Aslan is a professional engineer, has undertaken a number of successful procurement exercises on behalf of the town, has built some rather large projects and facilities on behalf of the town, and at the end of the day, obviously has some training and skills that are appropriate for this type of function. It's not that the director was suggesting that he take over the project. He was just raising the flag to say, hey, we need to think about the following things before we get too far down the road. Unfortunately, those concerns were discounted. In large part, the reason why they were discounted was when we spoke to council members, they believed that it was just two rivals, and they couldn't get along. And at one point in time, the suggestion was that Director Aslan was just trying to take over the project, and I don't think that necessarily was the case. However, that's what certain council members believed, and certainly the concerns that were being expressed were not acted upon. So now the town has moved to the CAO model. We think that it certainly gives council a lot more comfort in terms of the oversight, but at the same time, council needs to be more inquisitive in terms of the way you approach projects, making sure that you're asking the kinds of questions that are important to understand the project, to understand the scope and the nature of what's being delivered, and make sure that there's a common understanding that, this is the vision that we're building. This is what we're trying to accomplish. This is, the direction that we want to go. And to make sure that there's room for dissent. In other words, make sure that there's robust dialogue and discussion at the council table, and that differing viewpoints can be heard, because that's also a concern in terms of stifling different viewpoints. The more viewpoints you can have articulated, the better the final decision will be at the end of the day.
Just have a question from Councillor McDonald.
Yeah, thank you, through you, Chair. John, who are the elected officials you're talking about that Director Aslan communicated with, please?
So Director Aslan spoke to, or had sent an email out to, trying to recall it was a female council member, Councillor Hines. So Councillor Hines received that information. I'm not sure to the extent that she pursued it or shared it with. I believe that in addition to that, I know that the former mayor had a conversation with Director Aslan with regards to the importance of getting on board as part of the team. Because again, the rumblings were that the team was not necessarily supportive of the direction in terms of this project. And so the former mayor did have a conversation, according to Director Aslan, about the importance of being part of the team and making sure that he got on board. I think there may be other council members that had received that information or had heard via the grapevine, and the information that we got back was the fact that the concerns that the director was expressing were simply viewed as being two colleagues that were at opposite ends of the spectrum, and that they didn't get along, and it was all about the boys in the sandbox couldn't get along and couldn't play together.
Go ahead, McDonald.
Yeah, follow up. And again, we're dealing with someone who has the credentials to give expert advice in terms of Mike Aslan, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Councillor Andrew Dick.
Thank you, through you, Chair. To continue on this conversation, evidence-based here, the question I'm going to ask, I'm just asking for evidence. Obviously, Director Aslan felt comfortable enough to email former Councillor Hines because from your evidence, she's the only one that he emailed. Am I correct on that? Evidence-based.
So the email we saw was directed to her. I can't answer whether in fact he sent to others, but I believe that others were involved, but I don't have the actual tangible piece of paper that says, yeah, look at the email, here it is.
Okay. And again, I just want to
But if I may,
Yeah, absolutely.
Mr. Aslan also sent it to Revimo, as I think because Revimo was also involved with the HR committee.
Okay. Okay, I'm just going to leave it at that then. Thank you.
Reeve Emo?
Yeah, I did have my hand up to acknowledge I'd received it. I received it, so that generated a bunch of questions that I brought to council around bonding, around insurance, construction liens, and, oh, I'm sorry.
No.
Am I not close enough? Okay, sorry. So that generated, I used to generate questions around bonding, insurance, liens, hoarding. There were a couple other things. So I did use his information, and then I also used his information and the information from the clerk to have, at a council meeting, to try and have myself appointed to sit at the senior managers table on their Wednesday meetings, because it was evident from reports that that group wasn't functioning well, and it was thought that if I could sit at the table, that might help get some decisions and or reduce some of the win-loss feelings that were there. But that didn't happen. Frankly, the senior managers turned on me in the public meeting, as did all of council, so it didn't go well. But I think, afterwards, the senior managers did come back and individually suggest to me that they'd made a mistake, that they should have accepted that model.
Councillor Andrew Dick?
So this question's directed to Revimo. Revimo, was this, oh, sorry, through you, Chair. Was this, so when that email came through, were you in the process of doing the CAO model, or the email came and then you were like, okay, we need a CAO model?
Oh, that email came to me while I was in the middle of negotiating with the managers to move them out of their jobs.
Okay, thanks. Perfect, thanks.
Okay, John, you can continue.
Thank you. Next slide. And once again, we've identified one of the challenges is the fact that the procurement policy, although it was extremely poor, the problem was it wasn't even being followed properly. So there was no real financial analysis of the project, and that wasn't being presented and supported by the treasurer, either the past or the subsequent treasurer. There certainly, similarly at the same time, the clerk at the time was not able to, provide the kind of oversight and structure and support to the committee that would sort of enhance the committee's ability to manage the project more effectively. So again, one of the problems is you've got a director who is now taking minutes, preparing agendas, and trying to, engage the committee in terms of a report. So again, the structure was really inferior when it came to trying to, support the overall objectives of the committee. So our recommendation is that all projects in future should have the finance or treasurer in terms of their backup and support, in terms of project files and resolutions, and there should be a formal document management system. I understand that you're moving in that direction, and that's really critical because we've seen the challenges that the third-party review has had in terms of, grappling with the variety and the nature of the documents that are being provided to us. So again, the one thing that we want to emphasize here is training was available. We didn't see the town actually participating in that type of training. Tammy alluded to the fact that, she provided that kind of training in the past through MFOA, but also AMCTO was actually up in this area in 2017. Your current CAO was the one that instigated that type of training to make sure that all the folks that are involved in public procurement understand what the rules and regulations were. The ground was shifting in terms of new international trade agreements and their obligations to municipalities. And so really, it's critical. If you're going to have your staff participate in terms of undertaking this kind of procurement exercise, they need to understand it fully and need to have the skill sets to be able to effectively deliver on it. So our recommendation is that future investments in staff training as it relates to project management and procurement should have and continue to be a wise investment on the part of the town of Renfrew. You want me to continue?
Yeah, you can do this and I'll do the last three. How's that?
So dealing with the external environment, so some of the challenge that we saw was you had competing interests within the community. So we saw the aquatic committee, we saw the second ice pad committee, we saw issues around the tennis club, and so the challenge is obviously as part of the exercise, it's important for you to have a solid, well-defined park creation master plan that actually has a significant amount of public input. So it creates the vision for the future. And so that future should help to guide your decision-making process. And that's something that although it started in that particular direction, it somehow ended up getting derailed. So our recommendation is the town should review its commitments that it made during the public and the stakeholder meetings and develop a strategy to address the long-term vision for recreation. And that might mean going back to the drawing board after the Mattaway project is completed and updating the Parks and Recreation Master Plan to make sure that you're dealing with things on a proactive basis and you're addressing the needs of the community in that regard.
Councillor McDonald has a question.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. John, with regard to the tennis courts had to move, why? Go ahead.
Well, they had to move because the design actually, impinged upon the location of the tennis courts. It was a design issue more so than anything else. There was some investment that was made in those tennis courts just a few years prior. The tennis club felt comfortable with regards to the nature of the tennis courts at the time, but because of the project and again I'm going to call it scope creep because the addition of the medicine wheel actually at the location that it was placed started to infringe upon the tennis court location. So it was just a part of the project that, again, if you have the right vision and you sit down and you create that vision and you articulate it and you plan for it, maybe, a second look at that suggests you don't have to relocate the tennis courts. Maybe the tennis court investment is something that it doesn't have to be made, But again, this was, the rush to sort of capitalize on the grants and let's move forward, and here we are.
Councillor Andrew Dick.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. So just to follow up on that, so wouldn't it, I think you answered my question, but I want to state it publicly, wouldn't it have been cheaper seeing we didn't have a contract with our architects anyways, and that the drawings weren't even close to done anyways? Couldn't we have just said, hey, maybe we should just redesign the medicine wheel? Was that a possibility? Could we have done that?
Well, I'm going to, through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Dick, certainly it was an option that should have perhaps been brought back to the committee to be thoroughly discussed, to say, okay, what are the options? What are the alternatives? If we relocate some of the, the existing facilities that we're designing, can we design it in such a way that it mitigates the need to actually change the tennis courts? So that option should have been before the committee and should have been before council for purposes of discussion. No question about it.
So follow up, I'm gonna take a shot in the dark here. I'm assuming it was the former director of recreation that made this decision?
I'd have to be honest with you, I don't have a definitive answer, yes or no. I would suggest that there was probably some sort of discussion with the ad hoc committee, but I'd have to, do the research and look back into it to say any certainty.
Okay, thank you.
CAO Tremblay.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I believe some of that discussion did occur at council, and there was talk about an agreement, and then there were some questions from members of council of what was actually in the agreement and the relationship with the tennis courts, and I only know because my treasurer at the time in Whitewater was a member of the tennis court, the tennis club, and was very upset about it, but I believe some of that discussion did occur at council.
Yeah, if I can follow up too, it was in the progress meetings right at the outset, but I think where it failed was that at the point at which the design came back and it was over the tennis courts, that's the point at which it should have gone to council and said, this is the scenario. My approach would have been, do you want us to go back to the architects and give us, provide different options? And I don't think, that didn't happen from what we saw.
Okay, John, you can go ahead.
So in terms of the yin and the yang, I'm going to suggest is obviously there's a desire on the part of council, and your councils aren't unique. All over the province of Ontario, there's this desire to see investment in local businesses in terms of supporting local businesses. The challenge, however, is the nature of the rules and regulations that we have to play by dissuade us from actually showing local preference and local treatment in terms of consideration during the public procurement process. And so it's important for us to keep that in mind. But at the same time, the other thing too is you have to keep in mind the fact that, this project actually brought council into, or this community, into the commercial property leasing space as a landlord. And that's something that, frankly, at the very beginning of this exercise was not something that was contemplated. So when you look back at the, 2012, 13, 14, that wasn't part of the exercise. There was an agreement for building basically a recreation center and a second ice pad, and we're moving forward in that regard. However, for whatever reason, the dialogue and the vision changed. So as a result of that, you really need to reevaluate your role in the community and make sure that you address on a go-forward basis the strategy that you're going to take in terms of ensuring that you're meeting those international trade regulations and provisions. And an argument could be made, by getting involved in commercial real estate or commercial leases, you have to make sure that, what's the impact to the local community? Are there buildings that are standing vacant now as a result of, the council's decisions? So, those kind of factors have to be considered. In addition to that, you also have tax obligations now. When you have commercial tenants in your space, the question is, you've got property taxation challenges and issues that have to be recovered. And so those become part of the dialogue and discussion around the recovery of leases, et cetera.
Councillor John MacDonald.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. A statement and a question. As far as I'm concerned, we should not be landlords whatsoever, and I think CAO, you mentioned that one time a while ago. But we're joined at the hip now. We're joined at the hip with Mattaway now. To me, it goes against everything we want. I'm big on we need to support local business, and this drives a wedge into that. Question, and maybe to the CAO, do we have 100% occupancy at this time of Mattaway?
Through you, Mr. Chair, of the ones that were negotiated back in 2021, we do. As stated earlier, we're just completing and finalizing the partnership agreement, whether it's a lease and lease components with the Bonachere Algonquins. In addition, there's a kind of flex space between two tenants that were told from those tenants that they were told, well, in 10 years, you could expand into this space, but council has directed us to release an expression of interest to see if there's a possible tenant for that space. In addition, council also last year directed us to look at the pro shop, like a new pro shop location within the expansion, to see if there's proponents interested through an expression of interest to do that. So those would be the two spaces that we have left, plus the finalization of the BFAN spaces.
Just before you move on, John, I'm looking for, we're at our 4-hour time limit, so we want to extend the meeting. So I need an anonymous vote from council to extend it. So if everybody's in favor, all council members, we'll extend it by an hour and then we'll reevaluate it closer. No, we're not done. All right, thank you. Sorry, you can continue on, John.
Thank you. Next slide, Tammy. So, so one of the challenges, I think I covered this slide, did I not? Yeah. So basically, it's a strategy in terms of, what is the Mattaway hub going to become? And so articulating that for future stakeholders is important, but articulating it for your community is vitally important. So it's all about, what's the marketing plan? What's the strategy to maximize the use of the space? Obviously, now with a second ice pad, the question becomes, how fully consumed is that ice space, and what's the nature of the strategy to try and maximize the returns that you have in terms of that facility?
Yeah, and if I can just add to that is, one of the risks that should have been identified is you've got tenants now. But if they decide to move on, and of course, when we do the actual calculation of how much that space costs, council is going to have some tough challenges ahead. So it is a risk that you could end up having more space if your lease rates are increased to meet the requirements to pay off that particular.
Councillor John McDonald.
Thank you. To me, and help me out here, and it'll be a question eventually, Mattaway to me was a want when we had two needs in the town, and one was the garage and the other one's the fire hall, and I'm sure they're in the queue. How did this become the #1 priority when the town garage and the fire hall are in a serious need for replacement? Were you able to determine anything as you were doing your investigation, please? Because the ultimate reality is we still need to replace them. They're in the queue. Thank you.
Through you, Chair, I can't answer that question, to be honest. Your asset management plan was late as well. The asset management plan should have been identifying your vision and your requirements over time. Adding a new facility added to that long-term requirement, and on top of that, you did not have a long-term financial plan, which I believe you still do not. So how it got selected, other than, it's been going on since 1980, I think, a little bit of pressure to move forward, I can't answer that question. That would be more of a question for your town.
So if I could just add to Tammy's comments, so I think the challenge in terms of how did this project jump the queue, I think it jumped the queue because of a governance model. In other words, as a council needs to articulate what its priorities are. And typically you do that through a variety of different exercises. One is the budget exercise, and through that budget exercise, you also talk about capital priorities. So why did this get ahead? Because there was an abject failure on the part of council to prioritize what it wanted. And so there was an ad hoc committee that basically, if you take a look at it, made some decisions that allowed this to creep forward in a way that got through council, and that would be the answer. There was clearly some work that was done behind the scenes that allowed this to jump the queue. And there wasn't that backbone on council to push back to say, hang on a second, why is this a priority over the following other two items? That's the answer.
Okay, John, you can continue.
Thank you. So, while we looked at the Mattaway, clearly this is going to be an impact for decades, because as this project it comes to completion, you're going to have to start thinking about replacement of critical systems over the next 10 years, 15, 20, 25 years. And at the same time, one of the things that's important for you as an organization is that in future, that all of the costs and revenues need to be analyzed before moving forward on any grant request. So here's a situation that, if I'm going to use my years of experience. So back in the 80s and the 90s, 1980 and 1990, grants tended to persuade councils to reprioritize their priorities. And that's exactly what's happened here in this situation, from my perspective. The ability to get a grant is something that the municipality chased, and that's why it became a priority, because there was money available. And so let's capitalize on the grant opportunity rather than actually do our due diligence and understand, well, what are the costs associated with this before we move forward? And also, as Tammy alluded to, where does this stand in terms of our priorities, in terms of our asset management plan, in terms of our financial strategy, et cetera? So having all of the pieces put together in terms of a policy approach will help you in the future to avoid this kind of situation. Grants are going to be something that senior levels of government are going to dangle all the time. They do that for a reason. There's a political strategy behind some of these grants, and they're looking for, the value, the return is in terms of future elections. So, it's important for you to understand that sometimes your priorities are going to be persuaded or altered because of these grant opportunities. The question is, how strong are you going to stand so that you don't fall victim to the grants? Sometimes these grants are critically important. Roads and stuff like that, you've always got to maintain those roads. But the issue, as you alluded to, Councillor McDonald, is the fact that, at the end of the day, this wasn't, a want or a need. This was a want. And so the question is, are we going to prioritize our needs, or are we going to prioritize our wants? And our wants typically are the ones that have the grant money attached to them. Next slide. So due to the lack of the public procurement process and the number of RFTs and RFPs that occurred, there were 8 separate instances that we accounted for, and there were probably maybe 1 or 2 along the way that were considered but not followed through on. So the question is, so you need to develop a procurement plan as part of the future project management process and analyze the best option in terms of the type of contract and the best strategy going forward. And that's before you engage contractors. Once you've engaged contractors, guess what? They're going to try and persuade you as a municipality to go along a route that is more favorable to them. So ensure that the process follows the public procurement practices, and that will give you the most competitive and best prices. And once you've gone through an exercise 2 or 3 times, it's probably time to sort of put the white flag up and say, you know what, we really need to retract and really rethink our process here, because it's the definition of an insanity. We're going through the same exercise over and over again, and we're not getting any different results. So I think it's important from that perspective is when you see the roadblocks, step back and reevaluate why you're having these roadblocks. In terms of the BUTCON tendering, it was there's 2 issues here. Obviously, BUTCON is a union shop, and so the town wanted to obviously maximize its opportunity in terms of dealing with non-union contractors, and so it split up the process in terms of dealing with certain contracts one way and other contracts another way, and so that adds to the confusion and the complexity in terms of how you're dealing with the project itself. And so again, issues like this need need to be stipulated as part of the initial program, and it needs to be clearly articulated in terms of your project management strategy on a go-forward basis. And we've heard a lot about COVID in terms of, the impacts that COVID had. Obviously, COVID had an impact on council in terms of the way council and committees operated and functioned. And the lack of a face-to-face interaction amongst the council members may have actually contributed to the challenges that you're facing today, because they didn't have that opportunity to sort of to read the room and understand, what was being presented, and perhaps the Zoom environment, tries to sort of force you down a particular rabbit hole that maybe you're not comfortable with as a participant. So as part of the supply chain, it was obviously impacted to a certain degree, and it resulted in some negative consequences in terms of projects, in terms of steel and shipping costs, labor costs. Obviously, this project was also impacted by labor disruptions, and so what you need to have to ensure that you're staying on top of things is a detailed reporting mechanism to allow council the time to review the impacts, identify the concerns, ahead of any Zoom meeting. So if you end up in another pandemic situation, you need to make sure that you can manage and mitigate the sort of downside of how that occurs and what it means to you. And in the fall of 2021, so the foundations for the building were being poured. We were hearing in terms of the concerns that being expressed to us by both the contractor and those that were subcontracted to provide the services, indicating that this was the worst time to actually be trying to get into the ground, because now you've got additional costs. You have to heat the concrete to ensure it's cured properly. It's adding to the costs. It's at the end of the day, it was about an $800,000 spend just because of the fact that you were dealing with the winter heating requirements. And so proper planning, including Gantt charts and progress reporting and issues to help you manage the types of delays. And one of the things that we can't stress enough, had you taken the time to complete the drawings, you probably would have had a far different outcome relative to this particular project. Okay, Tammy, I'll turn it over to you.
All right. You did all the hard stuff. I can do the easy stuff. So that's good. So in terms of measures and systems, this is really about how the project was measured in terms of cost analysis, as well as the systems that were put in place to monitor variances and changes and change orders. So the best practice is that those things are outlined in terms of expectations with the contractor. Once the town had moved to an RFP, you had opportunities to make certain things required, which didn't happen. The reporting from BUTCON, it was in terms of the construction management reports, very challenging to follow and to determine where, in terms of the change orders, what the reasoning behind the change orders. Simply, it was a financial report with a forecast without any analysis as to the variances. So that would be incumbent on your own project manager with financial and project management experience. The town relied on N45 to be the payment certifier, which is under a CCDC 5B contract. That is the practice. Unfortunately, though, that gave the town a false sense of security because these invoices, like, literally are an inch thick at a time. And there was no way that, and even the N45, when they certified, they just said they basically did it based on reasonableness. They certainly did not go through every invoice of that BUTCON invoice to analyze Was it a duplicate? Are the labor costs legitimate? All of those pieces. That lands with the town. And so that did not happen, and I can't do it either because it would take me about 3 years for me to be able to put together things to be able to understand whether or not invoices were duplicated. The other thing that we could not tell from that is, and it's an important part of any construction project, there was no way for the town to determine if you had any product substitution. So the way it was, the way that the reporting was done, the change orders, whenever you see a change order, the first thing you've got to look at is say, is there a product substitution issue? If you don't have a project manager on site to make sure that you're actually getting what you're paid for, there is no ability to ensure that you're getting value for money. As the payment certificate certifier, the architect was not on site every day. And typically in a roads project, you have a payment certifier that's checking to make sure that you're actually getting the right thickness of asphalt and gravel and all, but that's the role that they play. You didn't have that in this case. So as the other thing that we noted was in these invoices, sometimes BudCon included invoices that were 9-10 months old. So here they're using, they're reporting on what they've spent. They've got to some degree a forecast, but you're getting stuff that's 9 or 10 months old. How are you possibly going to be able to go back and try to find out whether or not you'd paid it already? Very, very challenging. And so you needed to have that dedicated analysis there.
Councillor Cebulski.
Thank you, Chair. And I know the answer, but I'm just going to speak. So the town of Renfrew didn't implement a schedule of value requirement from the general contractor to produce what the expected individual line items for each product that was going into the building. And then from there was no progress draw reported on each month, so we can understand the percentage of each individual line item that was being produced each month. So that was never asked from the town of Renfrew, from BudCon, from the architect at any point in the stage.
Through you, Chair. So they did provide in their monthly payment claims, invoices against the commitments. So from that perspective, yes. My concern is that there was not a really good mechanism to be able to actually look at the invoices and actually trace it back to in terms of the materials that were actually delivered or the labor that was utilized. So, and in some cases, labor was not provided. So in other words, one of the biggest things you can, I'm sure I don't have to tell you this, one of the biggest things you got to worry about in these types of projects is labor substitution as well, or they're being double charged on multiple projects. And there was no mechanism to do that. The other problem is that the town has never done commitment reporting. They have never utilized true purchase orders. They used paper ones, but they did not form a commitment against the budget. So that was part of our challenge, even in reconciling to the outstanding, is that no purchase orders have ever been utilized in a system. So they're paper, development and works used POs, but they really didn't mean anything because they didn't form a commitment against the budget. So that is a finding also in the financial services review. I understand you're moving to a new financial system that will allow that. But even in your current system, you could have, the purchase orders were, a purchase order is a contract, and it's never been utilized in the town. So. The next piece is, as I mentioned, in terms of inadequate reporting. The financial forecasts, as I mentioned, were not shared, and the first time they actually shared them was $800,000 over budget. So that comes in, and of course, the lack of the forecasting was not done based on an earned value approach. So in other words, it was just, this is how much we've spent. It was not directly linked to the Gantt chart to say, okay, we've actually spent $1 million and we got $1 million of value. It was not linked. And that is a project management fundamental that was followed. So again, the town needs to change the way it does these types of projects. The town also is not using full cost. As I mentioned, staff time, if any equipment was being used from the town, was not being charged to the project, and there was no detailed tracking of ineligible costs. So really what should have happened, and it should have been actually in the RFP, the requirement for the contractor to segregate eligible and ineligible costs based on areas. That should have happened. Now, it did happen in terms of direct costs, in terms of fit-ups and cabinetry and that stuff, but the actual costs in the area did not occur. So that's very important from your asset management perspective for life cycle costing as well, and obviously your replacement plan, which has to be part of your asset management plan. So really, in future, it is a requirement of OREG 58817, the asset management plan, to have life cycle costing, and the town needs to move in that direction. I believe you're actually purchasing an asset management software, so that is the first move. But you can buy all the software you want, but if you don't put the processes in place, it won't happen. And of course, because you don't have ineligible costs broken down, that's going to make doing a fee study, an assessment of the costs and compared to your fees challenging. But a fee study is recommended. You should not only from the leasing perspective, but also the recreation fees should be undertaken, so the costing, and council should be putting in an understanding of what the subsidy is for those programs. That obviously impacts your partners, your municipalities that have recreation agreements as well, and so if you don't know how much things cost, you can't set rates. It would be if you were running a store and you were selling your chocolate bars for $1 and it cost you $2, you need to know that you're going to start losing money. And so that's the concept of a fee study. So we do recommend you do that, and it should be part of your annual budget process. The fees and charges bylaw should accompany your budget every year. It's part of setting revenue expectations, and all of the assumptions around your revenues should be documented. In terms of sort of status, there really wasn't a status reporting approach. Some verbal comments, but status is all about, this is the intention, we're going to do these things, what's the percentage complete, and so, and when I say status, not just about the project, even with the procurement progress, that should have been all documented. And all, when I say documented, all of the bids received, what time they were received, what's the, any of their irregularities. There were some irregularities in a couple of situations that we reviewed. The bids should have been rejected for in not meeting the basic requirements. So that should be done ahead of time.
Councillor McDonald?
Yes.
Thank you through you, Chair. Tammy, the bottom sentence, these requests were ignored. How did council allow that to be ignored? Because these are actionable issues and they should have been dealt with. Go ahead.
So Councillor Hines had requested at the meeting of June 29th, 2021, which is when ButtCon's award was awarded, And the specific question was there detailed evaluation of the proponents? And the answer was yes. And Councillor Hines requested that be provided, and would it be provided? And the answer was yes, and that never happened. And it was never followed up. And so what we would suggest is that those types of requests be captured by the clerk. It should go on, and I know that's happening now, that they are identified. That did not happen. And that was just one example, but that it also occurred with requests for written reports on a variety of things.
Reeve Emo.
I had one instance I can enlighten you on where I asked for information, was assured it was going to a committee. Oh, sorry.
Nope.
I had asked for information, was assured it was going to a committee, and I'll point you to the previous submission that 3 sets of minutes were withheld. So you had to really work hard to track your information to get it. In some instances, but that was one instance for me. Another instance, it was said it was going to a committee. The committee chair didn't hold a meeting. The 2 committee members came and asked me to try and get the committee chair to hold a meeting so we could get that information.
Councillor McDonald.
Just a quick follow-up, and whoever wants to answer it. If we had a problem employee, director, whatever, what stopped council in dealing with that? What were the issues that you were seeing?
Through you, Chair, I think that the structure that was in place made it very difficult for that to occur. My own experience in the municipal sector is my CAO would never have let that happen. The clerk would never have let that happen. You provide it and you come back. So I think the structure had a lot to do with it. I also think the fact that directors were taking minutes at these meetings is a problem. First of all, it's a high-priced person to be taking minutes. And of course, if you're taking the minutes, how can you hold yourself accountable? I mean, you should from a personal ethical perspective, but it's hard to hold yourself accountable.
Reeve Emo.
So there was a reluctance to put anything in writing if somebody had a complaint. If it was a member of council complaining about a director or another director or a staff person, no one would put it in writing, and as such you couldn't investigate it.
CEO Tremblay.
If I could just add, I know council of the time had assurances that every position had a job description. That's not the case. It's hard to hold people to account when there's no job descriptions. It's hard to have conversations about performance, training, goals, projects, timeframes, if there's no performance appraisal system, even though in some instances that was said that occurred. And that's why there was across the organization a lack of letters of expectation, verbal warnings, written warnings, suspensions, terminations. We are highly unionized, but you can follow those processes on the union side. You could also follow them on the non-union side, and you can follow them at the director level. It was easier because I know when I got here, the Reeve and I, who was chair of HR, we did have some conversations with folks without identifying them. But it's hard to do that with a lack of semblance of that. And the other part is who was in charge of HR in a senior management model of 5. They were all kind of in charge of HR. So there's some, and I'm not advocating for myself or the CAO model, but CAOs tend to deal with legal claims, legal matters, HR, labor relations. Procurement is usually centralized in the treasurer's office. Document management is centralized in the clerk's office. It's not everybody is a franchise of Tim Hortons and there's 5 franchisees and they might follow the guidelines, they might not. So there are reasons why structurally the organization has drastically changed, and also that there's been a lot of kind of turnover and new talent on the team. Just to say that a lot of that process and structure, which sometimes is viewed as another policy or another mechanism, but those are kind of foundational to any organization, be it a municipality or a business. and charting a course, setting plans, having a strat plan, having work plans. Those are all kind of foundational things to ensure that we're lined up, and we've taken some real big steps to try to get there.
Councillor Andrew Dick? No, you're okay? Okay, you can continue on.
Okay, materials and policies. So this is really about policies and also the materials to actually deliver on the project. So the policies that were in place at the time that this project started was inadequate. It did not meet the requirements of public procurement. It did not refer to international trade agreements and had not been updated. And those, even if the policy hadn't been updated, the practice didn't follow either. At least if the practice had followed and the policy wasn't there, that would be a different story. So in all of the cases that we looked at, and I'm specifically talking about recreation here, that we did not see appropriate public procurement practice. They were done through sending of requests for quotes and tenders directly to vendors. The amount of time is required by the trade agreements to be open for 40 days. That was not followed. The response to the bidders is required to be 72 days for awards. That did not happen in many cases. And many things were requested, such as quotes, etc., from emails and on texts in some cases. That is not open bidding. That's not transparent. The evaluations were not documented and were not seen by committee or council that I can see.
Councillor Andrew Dick.
Thank you. So obviously the former director of recreation kind of just, went through texts and emails and never did it the correct way is what you're saying. I'm just wondering, when the former director of recreation wanted to hire one of his companies, did he email himself or text himself? I'm just wondering how did he do that?
I would say, through you, Chair, that didn't happen particularly. Those were sole sourced in general. I do think that there was one particular time that actually the company was procured before actually they started. The other issue is that staff also were involved in terms of signing off on some of those invoices.
Yeah, I think I'm good. Thank you.
Reeve Emo.
Yes, and I should also note that there were a number of reports to council written and signed off by one other senior managers having reviewed them. I could think of a couple lawnmower purchases and other things. So there were, there were reports that were signed off by other members of the senior management team.
Councillor Andrew Dick.
Well, I'm going to follow. Thank you. Through you, I'm going to follow up. Who was the other senior manager that signed it off?
Managers. So, yes, there would have been an instance where the clerk of the day would have signed, the treasurer would have signed as well.
Okay.
Similar to the format that we have now, where it says somebody's made a review of it, those reports are in existence.
Okay. Thank you.
So in your hopefully new procurement manual, we are recommending you have mandatory scoring matrices. Those should be done before the tender goes out, not when it comes in. It should be very clearly identified in the RFP what the scoring mechanism is going to be, and you should have objective people in that scoring process. And that should be followed by contract evaluation, vendors evaluation process, which I understand your policy now allows for. But we do believe that this lack of open procurement, and I've done similar reviews in other municipalities, it's probably in the neighborhood of 10 to 15% at minimum that occurs if you don't go competitive, because when contractors know that you're not in an open bidding situation, they will bid what they think they are going to be able to get. And so you do not know what's out there, and you also probably don't, based on that, don't even know what kind of different types of materials and equipment that is out there when you don't open it up for open procurement. So that's the risk you also face with direct assignment or sending information directly to specific vendors. Specifically with the Mattaway expansion, the pre-qualification process was for a general contractor. When the town moved to a CCDC 5B contract, it should have gone out immediately on a different, even if you are going to pre-qualify, there's nothing wrong with pre-qualification. Pre-qualification is a process whereby it's almost like, let's find out who does this kind of work. But it should have been open, should have been on an open site, but it should have been re-released, and it should not have been relied upon in the RFP that was issued and ultimately the award of the contract, because the pre-qualified plus the 3 other vendors that were identified were the only ones that got to bid on that. As a matter of fact, there was one vendor that asked to be included, and the information was not sent to that vendor. So. When you're going into a project like this, one of the project management plans that you do is called a procurement plan, and that should be shared and should be approved by council. So how are we going to go forward with this? What are going to be the contract requirements, and making sure that you meet all of the trade agreement requirements.
Revimo.
Was there a legal opinion in any of the files about the negotiations with Lauren?
Through you, Chair, yes. There is a CCDC, I think it's 17, don't quote me, but I think it's 17, that does allow you in a stipulated contract to, if the bid or the tender is within 15%, to undertake negotiations. So, and I believe from what I saw that was requested of your legal team, to whether you could do that. However, what I would say is that the advice was based on perhaps the vision and what was in that tender. That's not what the negotiation ended up being. It was starting to talk about retail space after that. So to me, that is not a negotiation anymore. You've changed the scope from what the tender had gone out as. So in terms of the May 26th tender that was canceled and then was reissued, a new RFP was issued on the June 8th, closed on the 18th. The budget for this was put in there as $18 million, and you gave the proponents 10 days, not including weekends, it's 8 days to respond to that. And there were issues with that particular RFP. There were errors in it. And the director was the only one in consultation with the vendors, and the questions came directly only to the director at the time, and the decision about those questions was made by the director. And 2 of them are quite significant. Number 1 was a request to change the experience requirements from 5 to 10 years. So in other words, expand the number of years since with respect to similar projects. And by the way, the requirement was that it be a municipal, at least one municipal project. It was not that they had to do an arena. That was not the requirement. It was just a municipal requirement, which I would argue is, they're different. And the other one was that the RFP, actually there's two more. The RFP required that the proponent provide the certification of recognition from an occupational health and safety perspective. And that was waived in the case of if we have, the question was if we've applied for the audit, does that count? Can we show that we applied for it? And third, there were errors that the RFP referred to the requirement that the proponent had worked near around the city of Edmonton. So those were all responded to directly by the director. I do not believe that he consulted with anyone, from what we can see, on the implications of making those changes.
Councillor Zawalski.
Through you, Chair, can you elaborate on the Edmonton factor for everyone? Because I can see some eyebrows moving out there. Why was the Edmonton factor included into the RFP?
Well, from what I can tell, a RFP from another municipality in Alberta was used as the prototype for this RFP. It was a one-day turnaround between the time that it was received to the time it was issued, and so even though it was sent to staff for review, no comments came back that there was an issue, and it was, and of course it was a find and replace error. And so one of the contractors did request, well, is it okay if we say located near Renfrew? And so, of course, the amendment was made.
Follow-up?
Yeah, thank you. So just to clarify, the former director didn't review the RFP that they issued for RFP.
I would say that it wasn't thorough. And it wasn't caught by anybody else that it was sent to. It was only sent to staff. It was not sent to the treasurer to look at. It was not sent to the clerk to look at. It was only to recreation staff. And no comments came back that I can see that actually found any errors. So it went out the way it was. And I will tell you that that turnaround was less than a day. So there was no time that was taken to make sure that the requirements that the town of Renfrew needed were reflected in there. The next piece is sole sourcing by the direct by the town. We have ample evidence that there is sole source directed, including in this project. The earthworks was a sole source to some degree. There were some quotes, but these again were not posted on any bid sites. The fit-ups for the leased space. We do not see any competitive procurement on that. All of these procurements were well above your thresholds that were even in your old policy. And so, and then of course, we did find that some of these sole sourced were for non-arm's length transactions. So in other words, there was relationships that were already in place.
Councillor Andrew Dick.
Thank you, through you, Chair. So relationships, like are we talking, sorry, through you, Chair. So when something would come up, the former director would text his buddy that he golfs with. I don't know, I'm guessing here, I'm just guessing. Text his buddy, the golfer, or somebody that goes up to his hunt camp. Like, are we talking that arm's length? Like relationships, he's had relationships with these people for 30 years. Just throw us some examples.
So through you, Chair, so in some cases, it looks like the director had had previous dealings with some of these organizations, and so they were given the opportunity to provide a quote. and we were able to determine that in one case that the director's company was a subcontractor for one of these companies.
So follow up. So our former employee, one of his companies was a subcontractor for someone he was hiring.
Correct.
All righty then. Thank you.
So there's nothing, in all procurement policies, there are situations where sole sourcing makes sense. You put that in your policy, and there should be rationale for it. If there is no competition, or if it's a continuation, or there's some kind of warranty work, that is typically the types of sole sources. If there is, so for example, if you had to replace something that had components and there was only one supplier, that's ever, like Komatsu, for example, you can't put, a different type of oil filter in a Komatsu than a Komatsu. I mean, there are certain situations where you have to sole source. But it should be very deliberate, and it should go to council that it has been sole sourced. And in the other situations that we looked at, even the claim for quotes, that the quotes had been made, were not divulged to council in terms of who the contractors or the vendors were. And so I would highly encourage that be part of it. In every municipality that I have interacted with, the chart of all of the quotes, who it went to, and what the results were, the proprietary stuff is not in there. Evaluation is not proprietary. That's what you're supposed to be doing. You don't have to tell the trade secrets, but you do have to show what the rationale is for the recommendation. And in one case, the director recommended to go not with the lowest bid, and it was with a business that he had done business with in the past and continued to do so. In terms of questionable tendering incentives, we found that there was some tenders that had incentives to go with certain contractors based on a contingency to provide a donation to the town. So this obviously indicates some red flags, and it should, in most procurement, any of those kinds of things are usually disqualified. So in terms of moving forward, and there is in all of your tenders, you should have a conflict of interest declaration in those tenders, so that in some cases you may waive the conflict if it does not affect the decision-making process. The practice of purchasing from the owned companies, we've actually talked about that. The former director does run his own business, which also provided services to the town, and of course that's non-arm's length. In one instance, we're aware, although just from comments, that some of the materials were sent to the individual's home before it was installed. So this is...
Councillor Andrew Dick.
Thank you, through your chair. We're on a roll here. So the former employee purchased stuff or materials for the project and then had it delivered to his home, stored there, and then he used town equipment to install equipment that his company was installing. So he's actually not working for the town, he's working for his own business, but he's using town equipment to install that. Am I correct? That's correct?
Through your chair, so the situation was that the contract went through BudCon.
Okay,
It was subcontracted to
Okay.
Eastern Rink Services, and the town equipment scissor lift was used to install.
okay. So I'm just going to ask, is there any evidence, because the writing's kind of on the wall, but I can't prove it, was there any staff, town staff, ever used for his company? Like, did taxpayers' dollars pay his? Do you understand what I'm saying, or we just leave it as is? I don't know. I don't know if we want to go that route.
I can speak just in terms of our policy framework
Yes.
now. So the
Okay.
code of conduct that was in place in 2012, so a full 10 years before I got here, did require disclosure of any outside interests and avoiding any conflicts. We did also bring forward a full-time and attention policy that you should be working full-time for the town, also requiring declarations. So if you sell Tupperware, or you're going on your daughter's getting married or your son's getting married and you want to take a part-time job, we've had staff, after we had an all-day staff training and reiterated the code and reiterated the provisions of the new policy, people have declared, I fix cars on the weekend, like as simple as that. I should say that no one has declared, since we've done that policy and we've reinforced with staff, nobody has declared that they currently work for Eastern Rink Services. So just speak from that perspective.
Councillor Andrew Dick.
Follow-up, thank you for that. Thank you very much. So the former employee worked for the town of Renfrew for 19 years. And in those 19 years, was it 13? Is my math bad? I apologize.
12.
Oh, 12 years? I thought it was 2013.
Yes.
Okay, my math is bad, I'm sorry. So many dates going on. So, regardless, the former employee worked here a long time.
Correct.
And so we're saying 10 years? Because I want to get the math right. 11 years. And in those 11 years, not one member of this organization questioned that situation. That is frustrating.
I
Deal
believe,
Cromwell.
to be honest, I believe there were questions, and that he would,
Okay, that's fine. Questions were
Yes.
asked.
And that the requirement to declare was requested, and it did not occur, is my understanding.
Okay, so questions were asked, but nothing was done. Okay, that's all I needed to hear. I appreciate it.
If I can just add that it was known when the employee was hired that they did have secondary employment, and there was also a request that came in terms of vacation and experience, where the council at the time acknowledged that outside employment occurred. So we're talking about in 2012, 2013, 2014, that did occur. I do know that in addition to the policies, some senior leaders have employment agreements, without going into the details of it, that would require similar reporting of outside interests, and that various staff, multiple staff, were reminded of their obligations to report, regardless of if it was known when they were hired, that they were reminded of their obligation to report. And sometimes we have an employee that, hey, I run into at Giant Tiger, and I go, oh, hi, you work at Giant Tiger on weekends. Remember that conversation we had at the all-staff meeting about you need to report that, even, and then it's a determination from the CAO on whether that's relevant or not, or if we accept that because we have a full-time and attention policy, they should be mostly focused. So all to say, we knew at time of hire, we knew shortly after that employment was continuing, and we did reinforce later in the employment relationship the requirement to continuously report outside interests.
Can we jump to Councillor McWhirter? Oh, yeah, actually, go ahead. Sorry.
So just to follow up, I hear what you're saying, CEO Tremblay. The council knew he had another job, but as soon as the taxpayers' dollars are paying for his salary, okay? And then the taxpayers' dollars are paying for his company to install stuff into our place of business. So the tax dollars are paying here, and that's not right. And that's where the question should have been asked. Sorry, it's really frustrating to see that this went on for 10 years. 10 years.
Certainly, what I can say is that all work that needs to be done by the town, for instance, bylaw, was done by a third party and it was brought in-house. Certain tasks that we do, we remove snow on the main street after a big snow dump, and we only have four vehicles that can remove that, so we go through a standing offer or tender to get a firm to do that. The same applies for, say, line painting of ice. There are alternatives that are being reviewed in terms of, can we do this in-house? Do we have to train staff to be able to do that? Do we need specialized equipment to do that? At one point in time, the town had, for instance, that equipment to be able to do that. It was about many years ago, and then it wasn't used. So I would say it's an ongoing conversation on how we get the work done, and to remind staff of their obligation to keep their interests out, avoid conflicts, and ensure that their full-time attention is being paid to the town. I'm not aware, and I can't speak to, and I'm not sure the consultants can, that 5 years after the employee was hired, whether there was an ongoing conversation about those relationships. What we can confirm, and we weren't here, is that there was a code of conduct in place in 2012. There is now a full-time and attention policy in 2022, and that employment agreements likely specify ongoing reporting requirements.
Thank you.
Councillor McWhirter.
Thank you, Chair, through you. Actually, my question is right in line with Councillor Dix. My question is, this has been going on for a while. It's crazy that this is going on. Makes the question, is there any other issues going on? My question, though, is, who's responsible for providing oversight for this? Like, who's responsible for checks and balances that this went on? Like, where's the buck stop that, okay, you got a rogue employee, like, who's watching the farm here? Like, who's supposed to be in charge of that? Is there anything in one particular, is it the council, is it a particular staff member, or what, how do you find that checks and balances?
And I mean, I'll let Tammy speak to this, but accountability does not land on one person. Integrity belongs to everybody. And the definition of integrity is doing the right thing even when no one's looking. And sometimes behaviors aren't even known. So we're trying to catch the things that we need to catch. For instance, do not sign your own bill. Would be a good start. So maybe in finance, the accounts payable clerk catches that, and then it goes down the line. But I think everyone is accountable. But the employee was hired knowingly that this occurred, that there was a side business that was very much linked to the day-to-day tasks of that director and what they were overseeing. So it was known from point of hire, which is 3 councils ago. And I think ultimately I'm responsible. So when we go back to John's slides about the overall effectiveness and efficiency of the model, it's not just about dollars, it's about doing the right thing and ensuring that there's processes in place. And council's role is to also ensure that those processes are in place. So when we say to people we have nothing to hide, I understand when we have some work to do to rebuild the trust with our community and our ratepayers, because sometimes we don't know, or sometimes we're not following up as much as we should, or we don't even have the policies that we need to do. But to the councillor's point, council needs to ensure that it's doing its role, which is determining the level of service, deciding what resources and how they're going to be deployed, and holding staff to account in terms of the financial accountability of the organization. The officers are to provide the best advice possible and implement the decisions of council. And at the end of the day, our fiduciary duties are shared between council and the senior leadership team. And I know the senior leadership team that we have in place really believes in ethical behavior and leading by example. And then also there's individual responsibility. So local government is not meant, if you're an employee who chooses to work in local government, I know people think we make all kinds of outrageous money. We don't. A lot of us that have a certain skill set could be doing other things quietly, not on camera every Tuesday night, not having to fix messes that occurred 20 years ago and that are lingering. People should be involved in local government, both at the council table and at the staff table, for the good of the community, and I think we've lost that over time, and the work that we need to do is rebuilding the foundation, and the foundational aspects go back to the Municipal Act and the roles of everybody, and ensuring that all those roles and all those policies are in place, because they ensure that council's doing its job, that staff are doing their job, that the leadership team is doing its job, and that then we're accountable to the community. When we don't do that, that's where trust is lost. And why it wasn't caught over time, structures do that. The senior management team model, the CAO model is not perfect either, but breakdowns occur over time, and then the fixing takes a long time sometimes. But I think we're all committed to getting there. But to the councillor's question, we're all responsible, including the people themselves, the individual. It's at the individual level, it's at the leadership level, it's at the community level, it's at us collectively as an organization, and I think we got to work on that.
Before we go to you, Mayor, I need another vote from council to extend the time by, we'll say, 45 minutes. Everybody's in favor? Okay. Mayor Sidney, go ahead.
Just to clarify a few things, this is why this is so important, because this is when we're finding this stuff out. So yes, knew that there was the business, but didn't know, using town property to install for town through his own business. So some of this is like coming to light now. So I just wanted to clarify that.
With respect, I'm just going to go on the other side of this through you, Chair, as being in the trades for as many years. When a general contractor takes on a project, at times they'll stipulate that they're going to provide equipment as the general contractor for all trades to use. It eliminates transfers in the yard of each individual subcontractor bringing in their own lift, the same type lift, to accomplish a task that's quite similar. So they'll bring in one or two lifts that allows the entire group to get the project done at a certain amount of time. And the fact that they were subcontracted through the general contractor in this particular case allocates them the opportunity to use the lift. Now, yes, I know the lift is paid for by Buckon, which would have been paid for by the town of Renfrew. It doesn't look good, semantics, but this one here, you'd have to look at differently. Now, find me a different situation that wasn't at Mattaway to install equipment using town property or town equipment while they were getting paid would be a different scenario. Does that make, you still don't like it?
Okay.
Councillor Andrew Dick.
No. Through you, Chair, I hear what you're saying. I really do. The optics are horrible. He's an employee of the town of Renfrew. Absolutely not. Should have never happened. It's just like any one of us, if we were going to do anything and borrow something from the town of Renfrew, and one of the taxpayers saw us using town equipment, it's like us taking, I'm going to take the red bylaw truck this weekend because I have to do a dump run. Well, it's just sitting there. No, absolutely not. I hear what you're saying, but no, I'm not accepting that. I don't know. Anyways,
That's fine.
we'll have wings tomorrow night.
If
You want to touch on that, Tammy?
Yes, if I may. There is a risk, with respect, Councillor Sobalski, if the person ended up getting hurt on that piece of equipment, the town then would be likely held liable for that because it had not been repaired and maintained, etc. At minimum, the town should have charged for the use of that piece of equipment. So, in other words, a reduction to the cost. But the other thing is that if the town is offering certain contractors that is considered to be favoritism for a particular vendor. And so they could, by knowing that, could undercut another vendor to say that we've been provided with that. So that's something to consider.
Reeve Emo.
Thank you. On 3 occasions, had complaints about possibly a former employee going away on town time to conduct their business, investigated by going back and checking, and they had submitted on those 3 occasions vacation time. And some spot checks with other members of the senior management team, just asking what their impression was, and they were cautiously optimistic that the person was following the rules. So we did do spot checks based on complaints, but in those instances, it matched up. If I might, I wasn't aware of the scissor lift until today.
Just so you're aware that ButtCon confirmed it. So the changing scope, the drawings, we've talked about it quite a bit. The challenge that occurred was then, and this is important because when you go into a CCDC 5B contract, the drawings, all of the materials that are provided and included into that contract are what the contractor would be held responsible for. And so those provisions, of course, they're not complete. ButtCon did say that at minimum they lost 120 days. So the problem is that in this situation, you would not be able to hold them accountable for the delays because the drawings were not complete, and that was the formation of that 5B contract.
Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, through you, Chair. So when when it's delayed 120 days, is there something in the contract that they're getting paid a standby pay, or are they still getting paid, or they're just losing money in terms of ButtCon? Are we getting billed?
So through you, Chair, the contract did not address, there were supplementary conditions that the town could have put on in terms of delays, and it's actually not uncommon that if the delay was caused by the contractor, that they could go after that, for sure. But the biggest problem from that perspective was that it was holding up their tendering, and so they were basically in some cases, and waiting for the town to approve tenders as well. And so there was many instances that we found that they were waiting a long time, and they were and following up. So as much as, ButtCon had some of the challenges, the town contributed to it. We believe that with the multiple RFP processes that you did not get, as I said, competitive bids, and we experienced from discussing with the contractors who voluntarily talked to us, by the way, vendor fatigue. So thank you. You're so good. Vendor fatigue. I personally believe that the town of Renfrew's reputation with respect to vendors has been tarnished to some degree, which may impact you in the future in terms of getting companies to bid. When we heard that certain companies said, no, we're not going to do it, some of them were just no comment. But obviously, when you have a very large project such as this and you only get 3 bids at the end of the day, clearly it had an impact. And only one of those 3 had actually bid in the past. So, document management. I know that's come up during your budget process, so I don't need to say it again. However, this review was very, very challenging and still is. We are still finding documents, handwritten notes. There is no standards. There's no standards in terms of naming practices. The worst part is I got like 15 copies of the same thing in some cases, so I still had to look at them. And so best practice is a project has a file, and it stays with the file, and everything to do with that project is in a project file through the stages. handwritten notes, all of that kind of stuff, very, very challenging. Obviously, moving to paperless, I had a prior client that I had suggested that they go to paperless before in 2018. I'm looking at Whitewater Region. In 2018 to go to document management, and I think the comment from the then CAO said, when we went into COVID, said, I wish we had implemented it faster, because COVID certainly showed how important it is for people to be able to access documents and know what is the final version. And that's the other thing, is a lot of the documents we've looked at are not in final versions, so they're not locked down, and so there is a risk that they would be manipulated. Yeah, so there's no security on them. They're not PDF copies. And handwritten notes are obviously can get lost. So obviously you need a document management system, and make sure all of your resolutions are documented. I think what we have just discussed, it was an overall lack of internal controls. The internal control framework at the town was quite weak. You didn't have policies, didn't have systems in place, and what has occurred is because of those lack of controls. I hate to say it, but now that I've said it verbally, your auditors should increase their review of your controls, because that's how they determine whether or not there's a material misstatement on your financial statements. But they will not. A lot of people will say to me, well, where were the auditors? I'm surprised I haven't heard that here. Where were the auditors? The auditor's responsibility is to express their opinion on the the representational faithfulness of the financial statements in all material respects. So I'm not sure what your materiality level is here, but I'll give you one that always hits home. The materiality level for the City of Ottawa is $22 million. So you could have a misstatement of $22 million and still get a clean audit opinion. So you cannot rely on auditors to do your internal controls. That rests with the Treasurer's role. And obviously financial policies that Council needs to ensure there. So that came out in the financial services review as well. But all of what I've described is because there was opportunity to make it happen, because the controls were weak. Yes, I'm on my last one. And by the way, I'm missing going to see my granddaughter, who was just born. So, in terms of methods and processes, this actually flows from the last comment. There was a lack of segregation of duties, and that's an internal control in purchasing. A segregation means that a person cannot do all of the steps in a purchasing process, and unfortunately that was not the case. So in other words, tender it, receive it, award it, sign the invoices. Those are non-compatible duties, is what we call it in the accounting world, and that is what has happened. There were also some of the poor practices that the town has is submitting vouchers from staff, and so they often did not have the supporting document or weren't questioned in those vouchers to be paid. And so they should be validated against the actuals and making sure that they're actually town-related costs. And the other thing that does not appear to have been done is a validation between invoices, vouchers, and credit card payments. Because one of the biggest challenges that you have if you don't have good processes is you could end up with duplicate payments and or refunds issued through those processes. So all of those, we call it in the world the 4 eyes principle. So in other words, you don't let one person handle everything. And that was pretty well the way the town operated, not just in the Parks and Rec area. It was the lack of oversight. So I don't know how much has been lost in that, from that perspective, but certainly you need a new internal control framework, new policies, risk management framework, and oversight. And so strong treasurer is still a business partner, but they do have controllership responsibilities, and obviously the responsibilities that are identified in the Municipal Act puts that on the treasurer. It used to be, actually, and maybe Robert remembers this, it used to be you could actually, the treasurer was actually held personally responsible. They changed that in 2001. I remember that because when I got hired, I said, oh, that's kind of interesting. But maybe it should happen. So. And certainly the documentation evaluation process we've talked about. So there should be an independent review of procurement and the process, so that there's checks and balances. I understand you have a purchasing person being hired or has been hired. That should rest there, and that person should not have purchasing power of any kind. And make sure that there's a panel member there that can be objective. This is a problem in CCDC 5B there because the whole mantra behind it is that the contractor does the tendering. There was no requirement for them to follow public procurement practices. So they follow what the construction industry does in terms of tendering, but there was no requirement for them to follow public procurement processes. And obviously there was many that were well over any trade agreements. So that is a problem that should have been identified as a supplementary condition in that project. So, and of course that should all be part of the reporting to council. And we did talk about the whole issue of union versus non-union. There's certainly nothing wrong with hiring union or non-union, but there should be a strategy. We did hear about confusion on the site in some situations. And it's obviously something to be aware of from just from the person, the potential conflict between the trades in that scenario. So definitely, and because of the way it was approached by the town became the constructor under the Occupational Health and Safety Act, and no supplementary conditions were put in that contract. So that puts you at risk. And this is my last one. I promise. So in terms of billing and progress payments, there was no oversight, structure or assurance, no commitments in place, and the recommendations or the over-reliance on the payment certifier was ill-founded. There needed to be more oversight in that perspective, and based on the way it was handled, the project, there was no town project manager on site every day. So how would you know that you're actually getting the ensuring that you don't have product substitution, etc. Certainly there was evidence of ButCon waiting on responses, both from the town and the architect. So there had to be, now I will, in defense of N45, their original RFP and contract, the contract was never signed, so some of the expectations of N45 were quite high compared to what they probably signed on. I would have no doubt that they have had put in a lot of hours for the town of Renfrew. That they are not been compensated for, and I don't even know. Don't even know the total number of drawings and reversions that they've done. But there was some comments from the architect saying, well, what are we building? Kevin, so the director, sort of asking for the drawings and the N45 asking, well, what are we actually building? So they were very frustrated, so I don't want, I do want to emphasize that the architects, as much as obviously they could have done things differently, they were very challenged in this project as well. So I guess I'll stop at this point if there's any questions on that.
Does
and
council
I'll
have
talk
any
about next
questions?
steps.
Councillor McDonald?
Thank you, through you, Chair. Tammy, forensic financial audit was not part of your mandate. I believe this is now a requirement. I'm interested in your opinion, and what would be the process for this if it was decided we go in that direction?
Yeah, I mean, in terms of forensic or an investigation of that nature, it obviously would expand the scope. It wasn't specifically asked for in the third party. So, I mean, we would have to put together a proposal. We do obviously have a significant amount of documentation that we can already rely on. But as we mentioned, we're literally, I don't know how much was found at the in documents recently, but in the last 2 weeks, there's been several boxes, I guess, of additional documents. I will say as well, some of the requests that we have put out, we have not received as well. So typically what happens is that that type of report would be put together with specific focuses and evidence, that kind of approach. Obviously, we have a lot of that, a lot of the information, but not from that lens at this point.
Councillor Andrew Dick?
Thank you, through you, Chair. I don't have any questions, but I do have a comment that I want to make to the public. So I'll let questions go, and then I'd like to make a comment, because I think we're wrapping up now. Okay, so.
Correct. Is there any other questions from council members? Grieve Emo?
So as we go out to market for a treasurer, are we able to expect that should the treasurer be in the room when there are numbers and proposals presented, that they would comment on that? Is that part of their duties as an officer of the corporation?
Sorry, can you explain what you mean there?
As we go out to market for
Yes.
a treasurer, should we look for one and suggest that we expect them to offer comment if they're in the room when there are proposals with numbers being presented?
Through you, Chair, that's absolutely a requirement of a treasurer. As a matter of fact, not only if you're asked, and everybody who knows me knows that I would give my opinion even if I wasn't asked. So that is the role of the treasurer. Even in the Municipal Act, the treasurer should be giving, is required to give information that the council requests or requires. And so the treasurer needs to be able to understand what you would require as a councillor to make a decision. That is a professional decision on the part of the treasurer, and they should be expanding to that point. I will say that, and I was involved with the Municipal Finance Officers Association. I wrote the evolving role of the municipal treasurer in Ontario. And we have been advocating to change the Municipal Act to one of a chief financial officer as opposed to a treasurer, because we find that the definition of a treasurer in the Act is too transactional focused, even though there's that one section. And that role of the CFO is one of obviously a steward. They still have to do the operations. You got to make sure you've got the financial operations in order, but they also should be a catalyst for change and a strategist and a business partner with the departments. So they have a dual role, and it takes a specific type of skill set to be able to do that, to be a business partner with a department and yet still have those controllership requirements.
Councillor John McDonald?
Thank you, CAO. This will go to you. We've had numerous questions from the public, and due to time constraints, because we still have to go into a closed session right after this, what direction would you like to give them if they're watching or listening? Thank you.
I think, and we'll reinforce this with communication that I know our communications coordinator is working on, to know that we released the slides from today and there's significant detail. And I know we had earlier findings where, as the consultants were working through things and identifying there are only very specific reasons why we can go in closed session. One is identifiable individuals, but there are a number of others. And what I'd like to say is, as somebody that's been in the clerk business for 23 years, and I know that clerk very much supports this. We've only gone in closed when we had to, and I know that's hard when you're trying to build trust for people to take at your word, but that's the case. So the slides are there, the meeting videos from today, and the follow-up that will happen once we take a small break to conclude our business day, they will be on YouTube. And that we're committed to an action plan and responding to these recommendations because, as I'll reiterate, we want to rebuild the trust. I think that's necessary, and we want to make sure that the processes are in place so everybody can do their job and that everybody knows what's going on and that we're achieving results for the corporation but for the community that we serve. So I appreciate everybody's patience as we've worked through this. And as we've been implementing wide-scale change, both specifically under Council's direction with a new strat plan, that we're pushing that. So this project is kind of the most significant kind of reflection of all those changes, but I can also say to the public, they're occurring at every level of the organization. We don't necessarily can speak to every change that has occurred or how the change has occurred or why the change has occurred, but I want people to understand that we are committed to transparency, we are committed to doing better, we are committed to responding to all the recommendations and the finding, and we'll do that in short order. The goal, I think, is to direct me in my role as CAO to come back with an action plan and a response to the findings and the recommendations so they're acted upon. The point of the third-party review and one of the main reasons why we did it was to learn and to do better, and there's a commitment, I think, from the leadership team on the staff side to do that. So I'm hoping that I can come back with the team to do that by the end of next month at the very latest.
Thank you. Before I go over to Councillor Dick, sorry. Does anybody else have any questions or? No. Councillor Dick, you're up.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. So first, I just wanted to thank Tammy and her team for putting together an absolute amazing report. Thank you so much. Number two, I'd like to thank the public that has stayed here for 5.5 hours today. That was a long day, but coming from me to see you guys actually stay here and show up just shows the reason why I ran in the first place, because you guys care about the community just as much as I do, and I'm sure I can speak about the other councillors. They care also, so it's really nice. To all the people on YouTube that stayed on and watched, thank you so much. A lot came out today, a lot of stuff, and I ran for council because I wanted to see change happen. And you know, CAO Tremblay said a lot of things, and yeah, there's not a lot of trust in the town council or the staff, but I can assure you, and I hope you can believe me when I say this, in this last year, what we as a team have done, we have made so many changes to run the staff. The directors now are able to run so efficiently with their team underneath them. The directors we have in place are so amazing. Their staff underneath them is absolutely amazing. And the clerk's department, everybody, I just cannot say how well we're running. We're almost there. And I hope you all can trust me and believe me when I say this council will hold people accountable when mistakes happen. We will ask the tough questions. I think you can see from most of us that, like, we don't mess around. We ask the really tough questions. Please email us all and ask those questions, and we'll get back to you hopefully within 24 hours, 48 hours. And again, I just want to go back to what CAO Tremblay was saying. transparency and accountability moving forward, and this was the first step in doing this. And it was, we demanded this, we brought the motion forward, and it was a unanimous vote that we needed to do this. So this is the first step, and I know this isn't the end of it. I know we have lots more work to do, and we're just going to continue on. And one last thing, I want to apologize to the taxpayers of Renfrew that we're in this mess now. And I think we got a lot of truth today of why we're in this mess, and I want to apologize because I live here myself, and it's absolutely horrible that we're where we're at, but let's focus forward. We're making the changes, we're changing the policies, we're doing great things because of this report. So again, I'm sorry it's happened to all of us, but let's look forward and let's be awesome, and let's just continue going on. And again, thank you to everybody that showed up today and everybody that watched on YouTube. Thank you to everybody. I'm really hungry.
Very well said, Councillor Dick. I agree 100%. I want to thank everybody that came out tonight and everybody that's on YouTube watching, and Tammy and John and team from WCSC for all the work you've put into this, so we appreciate it. And we will adjourn at 6:57 p.m. Thanks, everybody.
Don't it?